district that is on in Pajaro will be sitting on that entity also. So there are some specific non-county entities that have restrictions on which district supervisor will be sitting. And then finally, I just wanted to point out that the standing committees are indicated by district, not by supervisor. So when we have changes in supervisors representing particular district, it's not based on who the supervisor is, but the district number is how we identify which district will be sitting on various committees. So here's our recommendation. It's essentially deem the staff report and proposed standing committee rotation schedule received. So in other words, you don't have to take any action today. The idea and the policy is to bring it forward in December of each year so that the public has an idea of what is coming forward. The board members have an ability to look at what is coming forward. And then the board members can also work with each other to see about how they can maybe make some changes if they want. You can provide a direction today. There's no adoption today, but you can provide direction to staff to do something differently, and that would be coming forward. And then, as I mentioned, there might be some issues with equity on the committees going forward through the years. Supervisor-elect Church has identified several instances where a district may only be sitting on one or two committees, standing committees in a particular year, whereas another district may have 4, 5, or 6 committees that they sit on. And it's by virtue of the rotational system, as well as the system where certain districts are automatically on a particular committee. And by virtue of that, there may be some equities. What we would recommend that you do in January is to adopt the schedule as is, but encourage the potential chair for 2024 to start working with staff to revise any changes that you might want to see in 2024 to address any inequities, and there might be various options in ways to do that. But I would recommend that you don't do it now, and you don't do it necessarily at the first meeting in 2023, but let this process go into place and then make changes thereafter. But of course, it's up to the board if they want to do something different. And then on January 10th, as I said, the board would consider approval of the standing committee rotational schedule, ad hoc committees, and non-county entity appointments. And the incoming chair in 2023 is proposed to be Supervisor Alejo, and he would be the one who would essentially be putting this together and presenting it with the support of the county administrative office and officer. And I see Supervisor Alejo has his hand up.
Yes, if I may, Madam Chair. Yeah, okay, thank you. Your mic is off, but I saw that you were saying yes. Okay, Madam Chair and my colleagues, I think this is the beginning of trying to implement this new process that we had a lot of discussion on last year, and really trying to hopefully make this process as less contentious as we've had in previous years, but taking into account that we kind of took a vote and wanted to move in this direction last year. So that moment has now arrived. And I think the committees will be placed on the afternoon agenda so that we keep the morning largely ceremonial, and then could have this discussion on committees in the afternoon part of the January 10th session. But this is basically trying to just go with the flow with what we decided last year. It's not perfect, as some may comment. I agree, but I think it's trying to provide a fair way to rotate some of these committees. Yes, it doesn't take into account that not all colleagues will be having opportunities to sit with each other on some of the standing committees. Yes, it doesn't take into account some of the expertise that some colleagues have in particular areas. But there was a discussion about wanting to give opportunities for colleagues to develop, I guess, their policy experience and expertise by being able to serve on some of these committees. So I think it's worth giving it a try. And then perhaps if there's ways to improve it in the future, certainly as our CEO McKee pointed out, there's a way to address those in future years, but to at least start it now and implement what we approved earlier this year, I think is is important. And so I know the other discussion will be what happens on the non-county entity committees. Look forward to hearing the interest that's there, but largely wanted to keep the piece there too, and recommend keeping what the districts, your respective districts, already have in place. But I know that will be an opportunity for more discussion on January 10th. So that's where I'm at. This is certainly different. I think most counties in California, having served on CSAC, have done this process the way we previously used to do it. When I was in Sacramento, all your committee assignments were determined by one person. That was the Speaker of the Assembly or the Senate Pro Tem of the Senate. He or she would allocate assignments, and there was no consideration of abilities to serve with other colleagues on committees. There was some consideration of expertise that the speaker or the pro tem took into account in placing those committees. But it was largely a very political process, and at the whim of the speaker or the pro tem. But here, this is now different. I think this is going to be the direction perhaps for many more years on this Board of Supervisors. And the last thing I would say is it also had that flexibility for colleagues if they want to swap committees or decline serving on a particular committee and allow somebody else to serve. This process allows for that flexibility to take place as well. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
We will go to District 2 now. Supervisor Phillips, do you have any comments you'd like to make or questions?
I have no dog in this fight. But I did receive, I think everybody received comments of Mr. Church, who's the incoming District 2 representative, and he, I think, made everybody aware of his thoughts on this process. So.
Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, no additional comments. Just appreciate the conversation and look forward to the bigger conversation in January. I do support what staff had laid out for today's direction. Thank you.
Supervisor Root.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you to our Chair Adams for initiating this sort of change in process. It is different than I think how things have been done, but it does align with, I think, a lot of the values that we've stated that we want to uphold here in Monterey County, and it moves us towards, I think, a place where we don't start off the year with as much divisiveness as has happened in the past, and I think that would benefit all of us. So thank you, Chair Adams, for initiating this and moving it forward. Thank you to our CAO and our County Council for figuring out how to interpret our direction into policy and to get us started. I did have just and also to incoming Supervisor Church. Yeah, like all of your comments are fair and I think appropriate. And if it were, I think that there is going to be ongoing opportunity and interest to try to dial this in with the intent of ensuring that we do have equity among responsibility and the opportunity for different colleagues to work together. And we'll continue down this path, and I look forward to working with you on options. In terms of and I'm not sure if I'll just put out a couple points of interest from where I sit. Looking at the 2023 initial assignments, there is District 4 is designated to start with the Cannabis Standing Committee, and I would be very much interested, I think, in switching onto the Legislative Committee to continue the work that Supervisor Alejo and I are doing. So I will, at the right time, or whether this is now or in January, make that request for Supervisor Adams and I to swap those two committee assignments. But I look forward to new committee assignments and serving the community and our county collectively to our greatest capacity as a board. But thank you again, Mary, for initiating this.
Thank you very much. I appreciate my colleagues' support for trying a rotational approach, and I also thank Louise for bringing it forward. I took very seriously the concerns of Supervisor-elect Glenn Church. And I hope that definitely, as was stated by Mr. McKee, when Glenn comes in as chair in 24, he can bring forward some of his recommendations for the policy. I'm quite frankly shocked that we were able to get as far as we did. And again, it's a tribute to Les and to Charles for being able to do that. As I said, I really thank Supervisor-elect Church for taking such a careful look. As we know, there's no perfect way to do a rotation, but long-term, I think we were going to end up with a much more equitable approach than the way that it's been done in the past. And it does take some of the politics out of the process, which I think is a good thing. Ideally, we would all have the opportunity to serve on a committee with each one of our colleagues, but that hasn't happened yet in the 6 years that I've served on the board. So it's not necessarily achieved under previous methods of assignments either. So I'm excited about it as well. And I think I'm pleased, as I said, that we've agreed to move it forward and see how it goes.
Madam
If there's
Chair,
any-
before we close, can I ask one question
Yes.
of my colleagues, just since we're here? Can I ask Charles McKee to put back up the last slide he had up with there was some clarifications at the bottom of the slide on the rotations. And I just don't remember this conversation on this particular issue. So when that comes up, you'll see that there's a comment policy there that's embedded as a sub policy. Can you zoom in on that bottom line? It's kind of hard to read on this screen, Charles.
Is it the one that says,
It's the one about the Urban Ad Hoc Committee. And I'm
okay,
just,
we
so
need
it
to move
says
it
that,
up a little bit.
yeah, it's at the bottom of the screen there. So it says
Yeah.
supervisor
Supervisor
from either
from
3 or
4.
4 shall serve on the Urban Ad Hoc Standing Committee. I thought it was 3 or 2. Am I wrong on that?
No, it was 3 and 2.
What's the urban area of 2?
So that covers mostly Supervisor Phillips and my district, specifically communities who have larger needs, and the participating cities are all in my district.
I have to go to Leslie Charles. Wendy, your hand's up.
Yeah, I actually, the number of District 4 cities, Sand City and Delray Oaks participate, which is, I think, why it was 3 and 4, because of the city participation, with the remaining positions throughout the throughout the county, because there is an unincorporated county that is represented as well. But you, Chris, and myself both have cities within our jurisdiction who are participating in our urban counties.
Okay, was that the conversation we had? I'm just trying to remember.
Yeah, I've got my notes up here, and that was the conversation that I recalled that I have listed as us having for,
Okay.
for 3 and 4.
Okay, I wanted clarity on that just because I didn't remember that. And so that was important for me, but thank you.
And I think that I would hope that we could work together to make sure that, I know that a lot of the work that's happened in that urban counties committee has been sort of longer term planning and thinking, if we do this
Right.
this year, that we can do this the following year, and we can
Right.
sort of build out some equity over longer periods of time. And I would, of course, hope that we could continue to ensure that we touch on all of the communities who are in need of that benefit.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that nobody had different notes because mine had 3-2, but that's good.
It's always been 3-2. Yeah. And I'm completely urban. I don't have a city in my my whole district.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's one of those areas that perhaps needs some refinement, whether there should be a rotation among the three supervisorial districts, if historically District 2 has been a member of that committee as well. I don't know why that one was locked in, but perhaps that should be considered for a rotation in future years.
Okay, I think that's a good conversation for us to have in January, perhaps.
Yeah, I think looking at the definition of the like the committee's responsibility would be also an important thing to do. Okay, all right. So thank you very much for those additional comments. They were very helpful. Let me see if there's any member of the public that wants to come forward and talk about this item. Valerie, you're gonna have to help me with this.
I don't see any hands raised and there's nobody in the chambers.
Okay, thank you so much for that then. All right, so I am looking at my notes to see if we need to I don't know that we need to have a vote on this. I think we're just
Yep.
receiving it. Is
Cor-
that not correct?
cor-
Okay.
Correct. No action is needed to be taken today on this.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you so much for all of the work, your work on this, Charles. You've done a great job on it.
Well, I want to thank Les and Gerard and Karina Bakanovich in my office, as well as I think we should thank Annette Diadamo for the many years where she struggled to try to find the balance for putting forward committee appointments. So thanks to all of them.
Thank you so much. Worked out well. All right, so let's move on to item 4.1, which is to receive a broadband progress report from the Chief Information Officer and provide further direction. And I see we have Eric Chatham on Zoom line. So Eric, I'll turn it over to you.
All right, thank you, Chair Adams, members of the board and members of the public and county staff. I'm Eric Chatham. I'm the Chief Information Officer for the County of Monterey. I'm joined by Sarah House, who is leading all of our broadband initiatives for the county. I'll be going through a brief summary of the various broadband initiatives that we're tracking, and we'll be available to answer any questions. Sarah's going to pull up our slide deck here. Right, there we go. You can go ahead and go to the next slide. So these are all the various initiatives that we're currently either directly involved in, tracking, or participating in, or working on. So we'll go through each one of them as quickly as we can, and we'll be available, as I said, for questions or any more details that you may need. Next slide, sir. So the development of the broadband strategic plan, we had created a JPA that the county participated in, and that JPA then applied for a grant application to fund the development of a strategic plan for broadband expansion throughout the county. RCRC, which is the Rural County Representatives of California, they will be managing this process. They are due to they were due to release an RFP at the end of November. That's going to be awarded in December. And then we'll have county engagement that will actually begin in 2023 with the expected completion date in October of 2023 of a strategic plan for the entire county. We also set up, next slide, sir. We also set up the South Salinas Valley Joint Powers of Authority, this JPA that enabled the rural counties to benefit from collective strategic planning and take advantage of funding opportunities. And we'll discuss one of those opportunities that came to fruition with the LATA grants based on this JPA being created. Next slide. One of the big success stories that came to fruition, which is was the San Gerardo Broadband Last Mile Project. Cruz.io Internet needed middle mile connectivity to reach the farm worker housing in that cooperative. We leveraged the ITD staff and the radio communication staff within ITD to build a wireless middle mile path to that community. We were able to serve 60 households and 250 residents that are averaging an upload download speed of 500 megabits through a complete wireless implementation. This whole project was funded by grants that were orchestrated via the Monterey Bay Economic Partnership. So this was a great success story, and we hope to see more of these to come to fruition quickly. Another thread that we've been working was the ARPA funding that was approved by the board. We were allocated $1.935 million. We used an RFP process to get appropriate bidders to bid on our unserved and underserved households. Two bidders won those awards, Cruz.io Internet as well as Spectrum, that are doing the projects that you see on the proposed regions that they have there. Cruz.io already has completed one of the projects in the Hall District. That was done very rapidly, and all the other projects are currently in the planning phase. And we'll be updating those in future updates to let you know when those will start getting dig ready, so we can start deploying those systems in those different areas. The LATA grant that was applied for, this is the Local Area Technical Assistance Grant. We submitted a proposal. It was facilitated by RCRC. The county received a $500,000 grant, as well as each agency within our JPA, Gonzales, Solid Ag, Greenfield, King City, all received a $500,000 grant. This grant money will be combined and orchestrated by the basically it will be set up. RCRC will be orchestrating the grant, and they'll be setting up all the last mile implementation plans and start discussing different provider engagement options. And this is where we are starting to look at different broadband capabilities. And so the conceptual network design and cost estimate will be completed. Then there will be a refined high-level design and foundational planning, and then a low-level design and engineering work. So basically, this will be a dig-ready program available for a third party to come in and actually do the deployment. So this is all this funds will be used for planning and design and engineering work. It cannot be used for actually implementation. We were in the ITD coordinated and enrolled the county to promote the reduced cost or free internet for unserved and underserved. This was the Get Connected California. I have to give a shout out to Sarah, because she had a very short time window to coordinate and orchestrate this program, which went off with huge success. We were able to not only be part of this program, but we held an event at the Cesar Chavez Library and the Monterey County Free Libraries at Seaside on October 22nd. We're already planning for additional in the spring of 2023 in South County. We initiated and collaborated with the Monterey County Free Libraries and Health Department and the Monterey County Health Department. And I have to put a shout out to both those organizations, because both of them were instrumental in the planning, coordination, and provisioning of resources and direct participation in the event. It made it a huge success, being able to touch the constituents and work directly with them. We had a drawing for those folks that actually applied and for the different services, and 19 new devices were delivered to those eligible households who were enrolled through a drawing process. We are continuing to promote this throughout the county's social media. We're working with the service providers as well so that we can continue to increase our ACP enrollment rate, which is fairly low at 19%. We'd like to see that move up significantly. But just in this event alone, it shows that direct contact made such a huge difference. We did direct mail to over 4,600 households, and during that, we had 353 eligible households enroll. So we're continuing to move that program. So the Monterey County Middle Mile construction plan, this is all being orchestrated through the California Department of Transportation. They're proposing 10,000 miles, and they'll be overseeing all the implementation. About 180 miles of middle mile will be through Monterey County, primarily down the 101 corridor. This is all going to be middle mile fiber, which is all going to be coordinated with Caltrans projects that are going throughout the state. Scenic's going to be managing the development, acquisition, construction, maintenance, and operations of all that middle mile broadband network. And most currently, the FCC put out their broadband map, and we are commenting on this, as well as doing a lot of coordinated communication work, because this is really an individual address by address program, to where you can actually log in your address and comment on the capabilities and connectivity of the address. So it's about really us getting out there and communicating it. We're working with the communications department so that we can get this out to as many constituents as possible. We're advertising on our website in both English and Spanish. and we'll be attending news briefings to continue to promote the individuals going in, typing in their address, and then challenging if their address says that it has services capable, but they don't have services capable. So we are going to also look at working with a professional services organization so we can do bulk speed challenges to where we could take addresses and in bulk actually have them looked at so that we can send up additional information to improve our maps accuracy on the services that are available and on the speeds and accessibility that individuals have from their specific site. Because there may be areas that are covered by broadband, but a single home in that area, it will show that it's covered, but it actually doesn't have services at that house. So this is where each individual actually logging in and doing this is a key to getting better maps and improved services to all our constituents. And our ongoing efforts continue. We are providing advocacy, for providers that are outside seeking grants. A couple of them that we're working with right now are Cruise.io Internet on the NTIA grant. That is a pending grant. We're working with Etherrec, who's received RDOF grants that cover a large percentage of the county. That application has been with the CPUC, and it's still pending a final response from the commission as to whether they're going to approve those grants or not so they can start begin work. We're going to continue to work with our public-private partnerships. Our ARPA funding is our current methodology for doing that. I'm working with the budget office as well for any additional ARPA funds because we do have dig-ready projects that we could continue to go out and start working on if funds are available so we can extend our outreach to those individuals. Our sharing of information, we are working with all the different service providers on potential funding opportunities as we learn from the legislative arena, opportunities that aren't really available for the county, they're really for the service providers, and pushing our service providers to actually apply for those grants and get those grants so they can actually be doing the service work. And we'll continue to work in partnership and participate in community partnerships and work groups. And then finally, our committee participation is something we are actively involved in. We participate in committees represented by multiple counties, community partners, and private agencies. We're trying to leverage that collective resources to continue to provide broadband services throughout the county. And with that, that concludes the presentation. We're available for any questions or comments.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And I'm really happy to see that we have made such terrific progress as we move forward in this field. It's such an important one. I really have to ask though, I continue to want to see the remote areas of the Big Sur Coast and the Kashawa area, including NITT's efforts, and would hope that you might be able to come back with some options for these areas in your next progress report. I know that you say we want to reach out to all underserved people in the county, and that's a really significant and legitimate public safety absence that we have in those two specific areas in the very rural, remote, and underserved area. So my hope is that you won't forget about those two parts of the county that definitely are in need of broadband connections.
Yeah, I can comment real quickly on that, Chair Adams, is that we are, we have reached specifically to all our different service providers, calling out those areas. We know they're very difficult to serve. And one of the areas that does cover that, and why we're promoting heavily with the Etherrec, because they use a wireless broadband technology that can cover those areas much better than wireline because of the scenic and the complexity of the coastal areas. And so we're hoping and keeping our fingers crossed and looking at other, even if for some reason their grants don't come through, leveraging other providers that use similar technologies that could potentially service those areas in a much better way and a much quicker way.
Thank you for that important update. I really appreciate that. Okay, Supervisor Leo.
Thank you, Eric. First of all, I want to commend you and your team. I'm really glad we have you as part of our county staff, just to help us look out for these issues, not only on soliciting opportunities for funding and technical assistance, but also looking for where there may be gaps, or providing feedback on behalf of our county and our residents on issues such as that new federal broadband, the FCC broadband map, to be able to look. And, I don't have the expertise you have, but I'm glad you're there to look over things. And if we need to submit challenges by the deadline, that take place. And I also was glad to see the work of the South County JPA, the work that you have worked on with Supervisor Lopez in being among some of the early recipients to get that technical assistance funding in the amount of $500,000 each for the 4 South County cities. But then the Monterey County got its $500,000 allocation for some of that early design and planning. So the question on that would be, and certainly I know South County is where some of the previous fiber infrastructure, I think, ended around Gonzales or Soledad. And so there's definitely tremendous need there. And I know we can't do all projects all at the same time, so there has to be some priority. But it also goes to the question that Supervisor Adams raised: where else in the county can we focus on efforts to do the planning, and also make sure that we're also looking out for funding opportunities to be able to address those other needs in other parts of our county, certainly North County and the area that Supervisor Adams brought up are areas of need. And some are more expensive than others. Some are more difficult technology-wise to address. I get that. But on the money that we have received so far, the $2.5 million, will that specifically be for South County, or in our county portion, would that help us plan for other needs in other parts of the county?
So though the funds have been received, we haven't gone through the initial planning stages with RCRC. A large portion of that will be to building out the South County arena. Going back to what you discussed a little bit earlier, this is our strategic plan that we're having built will be one that will bring in all these different entities, so we can look at how do we phase and where do we have gaps still, based on things that are going to be done versus things that are planned, and areas that just currently don't have anything planned for them. And that's been the coordination that Sarah's been doing. We're herding a lot of cats here because we got different entities doing different things at different time windows.
Right.
And that's made it a little bit challenging for us, but to keep track of when work's actually gonna get done. And as we've seen in the past, a lot of these things have been funded, but then as they go to execution, everything changes because they find what they believed was going to be an easy path. Even if we look at middle mile, some of the ideas of what they thought is they would be doing it all on, internally within the state. And now they're starting to look at partnerships because of the difficulty of actually transitioning some of those areas, because there's already existing fiber that's unused, and they could leverage that and buy it way cheaper than they could actually build it. So these are the types of things that we're trying to coordinate and keep. And I think when we get our strategic plan completed, that will have an all-encompassing, and then we'll be able to better discuss areas where we could focus either funding or partnership with partial funding, to where similar to what we're doing with ARPA, which is getting matched funds from our service providers, which allows them to go into areas and service areas that they commercially would never be able to get into. But with additional funding that helps offset the infrastructure costs, they'll be able to get in there and run a viable business, leveraging the monthly fees as the operational cost to maintain. So I think we're in good shape, and I think our next report out hopefully will have even more work that's dig ready and ready to go and or completed in some of the areas, especially our ARPA funding areas. We're excited about getting those done because a lot of those are in North County as well, and some of our outlying areas, which will be good to see because getting it to the people. That's why San Gerardo was so amazing. We actually delivered a end result where people are using the technology and every day and have services now where they had very low or no service.
Yeah, for sure. And at high speed, high speed service in San Gerardo. So thank you. And I know this is complex because, as you pointed out, there's multiple entities doing different aspects of the work. And obviously, if the state through Caltrans and the Department of Technology is leading on the middle mile construction planning, and as you pointed out, your slide had us in Region 3, District 5, and 180 miles must be completed. The proposed build is supposed to be completed by 2026. Certainly, I think the planning of the work you're doing, if that's going to be led by the state, obviously the last mile aspects of that and other areas that are not included in the state's plan, I think that's where we would want to focus some of the other resources that we're getting and not replicate and not. So it has to be well coordinated, it seems like. And seeing what the plans are from that will be handled by the state agency, and then what pieces are missing that we could certainly focus strategically on.
And quickly, sorry, Chair Adams, quickly, that FCC broadband map and those challenges is really critical for us getting actually information around each household. Because that's something that we're going to promote heavily during the window to try to get as many people and look at any mechanisms we can use to do bulk submittals for areas that we know aren't serviced, and that way we can when the state and the federal look at that map, they'll know exactly where they have either middle mile issues or last mile issues, and then we can start targeting those specific areas.
Yeah, and Eric, it'd be great to send that to all the supervisors so they could just look at it, be familiar with that proposed map.
Yes.
So they can look at the respective districts, and if there's any areas of concern, they could give you input on those for those challenges. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Phillips, have you any comments?
Yeah, I appreciate all the hard work you've done, Eric. And I got to say, I was just mentioning to my colleague here that it's been a big difference since you took over the operations of your department. But and I appreciate all the work you've done. I think you've come to realize how challenging North County is. It's not, in some ways, South County has it. I mean, you got distance, but you don't have what we have with these mountains and valleys, and you have a whole bunch of different enclaves. And just look at Echo Valley, Hall Road, Murphy Road, Prunedale North, Prunedale South, Pazanti going all the way up to, in that area is going up to Crazy Horse Canyon. Every time I took my granddaughter to horse lessons, I lost complete on my cell phone. As soon as I got to a certain place going almost to the horse arena, I'd lose service. So I appreciate the focus you've given to North County. I know it's challenging, so appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Supervisor Lopez, any comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, Eric, can you clarify that map for the challenges? Is that live already and something that our communities can use, or is that to be released soon?
Yes, Sarah, you want to comment on it? You're closer to it.
Sorry, Eric, because I did give him an update this morning, but as of this morning, we actually have added it to the county website. So the IT web team added it. What we're going to do is we're going to work on making it bilingual as well. That's where we're going to be working with the professional services team. Secondly, it's also on our mobile app, the MCU Connect. Because of the short time, it is essential that we get the crowdsourced data that's necessary. That's what the FCC and our state CPUC is actually relying on, is community members being able to do that and making it simple, because without their feedback, we're not going to get the accuracy that is intended by the FCC. One of the things that Eric had mentioned prior as well is us trying to find how can we do a bulk challenge, but getting the bulk data is going to be very difficult. And so we have to really rely on our community members. And so with that, we have the communications team ready to promote this. And we want to make sure that you all are able to promote this as well, because individuals have, in the past, there were the services validated were based upon census tracts, and now it is down to the address. And so in the latitude and longitude information, which is very different. And so an entire census tract could show that it was there was service if a couple of houses were served, and that's not accurate. And so now the community has an opportunity to be able to correct that, as well as the reliability of the service.
Thank you. And I asked that question because I know it's one of those things that we've been working on through Golden State Connect and RCRC. And I would ask that perhaps we make sure to plug in with Nick Pasculi and do not just static pictures, but also videos that kind of walk somebody through the process on what it takes to fill that out. I happen to live in one of those homes that shows is served, but it is not served. And I know that without that correct data, we can't make the case for our communities to get the connections they deserve. And that data, basically unserved homes, is going to be a large portion of how funding gets doled out to communities, either by formula or by competition. And so I think it's extremely important that we all get behind that effort and create a campaign that has high visibility. So thank you for that. I just want to say thank you to Eric and Sarah and the entire team for all their work. The San Gerardo project, I know, was a really fast turnaround. And I think Golden State Connect's LATA request came in and we had that turned around in less than 48 hours. They've been some really tight deadlines, and you guys have been incredible at getting those things in and out. And obviously the rewards have come, most importantly in San Gerardo, when we had Darcy Hauk from the CPUC, a commissioner, down to see that project go live, as well as the recent award of the LATA funds. The vast majority of all LATA funds in the state went to RCRC counties through Golden State Connect. And the county that received the most by far is Monterey County, with that $2.5 million award coming to the JPA in Southern Monterey County. So I'm proud of that effort, and I know that we're going to have some fast success. And my commitment remains that as soon as we get up off the ground, the idea is not to complete something and say we're done. It's to look at how we can continue to expand, much like what Central Coast Energy has become. So just excited for those opportunities and look forward to continuing to work with you and your team to keep winning and bringing solutions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. Supervisor Rudescu?
No comments today. Thank you for the update. We're on board to do everything we can to bring these resources into Monterey County, and I look forward to maybe a one-on-one where we can identify the specific outreach needs in District 4. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Sorry, thank you so much. And I see that there are no hands raised. Is there anyone in the chambers who would like to come forward and comment on this item? Seeing no one coming forward, we will accept the report. And with a great deal of thanks to Eric and his team, you've heard all of the accolades. You've just done a great job. Please keep up the good work, and let's ensure that we have all parts of our county included. So
absolutely. Thank you so much.
The next update. Thank you. With that, I'm going to recess the Board of Supervisors for lunch or whatever, and reconvene at 1:30. Thank you.
Mic number two, mic number two. Mic number three, mic number three. Microphone number five, microphone number five. Mic number six, mic number six. Mic number 10, mic number 10. Microphone number 11, number 11. Last mic on the dais, last mic on the dais.
Clerk's mic.
Podium mic.
Staff one, staff one. Staff two, staff two.
Wireless mic 1.
And wireless mic 2.
Testing, testing. Check one, check one.
Testing, testing.
Check one, check one. Hear anything? Assisted listening check, check one, check one. Testing, testing. Nada. Test one, test one. Testing, testing. Microphone two, check, check, check. Microphone test, microphone test. Check, 1, 2, 3. Level 1, level 2, level 1, level 1. Check, check, check. Microphone check. Testing, testing, 1, 2. Microphone 2, microphone number 2. Assisted listening, audio device, sync check, sync check. Nice.
Microphone 2.
afternoon, everyone. Can anybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but there's side conversations going on here.
Oh, sorry. Well, watch me, sorry. It's 1:30. It's time to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. Are we ready, Valerie?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. Okay. Well, good afternoon, everyone. It is 1:30, and we will reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting. Could I please have a roll call?
Yes, good afternoon. Let the record reflect one supervisor is present in person, that's Supervisor Lopez. And the others, Supervisor Adams, Phillips, Alejo, and Askew are appearing via video conference.
Thank you so much. And now if we could please have our announcement by the Spanish interpreter.
Muy buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Diego Celis. Voy a ser su intérprete de español a inglés y de inglés a español para la reunión de hoy. Si está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de interpretación, por favor, hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo le escuche. Hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. Salas. And now we will get into our scheduled matters. I understand that item 4 item 5 was removed via supplement. And then we are taking out of order number 7 and number 6. We are taking number 7 first and then number 6. Am I correct in that?
Chair Adams, yes, this is Joanne Iwamoto.
Okay, thank you, Joanne. Thank you. So then why don't we just go ahead and start, and we will begin item number 6, item number 7. Well, I don't know, Charles or Les, do I need a motion to change the order of 7 and 6?
No, you don't. Your prerogative, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Then thank you very much. And Joanne, why don't we really begin then with item number 7?
Okay, thank you. Chair Adams, Board of Supervisors, Joanne Iwamoto, Cannabis Program. Here with me today is Norma Aceves and Miles Etchnick, Management Analysts. This afternoon, we are presenting 2 separate board reports. The recommendations for each report correlate with one another. The first report is related to a proposed commercial cannabis cultivation tax rate. The second report is related to the proposed cannabis program changes related to staff and non-staff costs. The proposed tax rate with the projected annual commercial cannabis tax revenue relates to the program reductions and reduced overall program costs, meaning if the proposed cultivation tax rates were approved, the projected revenue could cover the program costs with a small amount of dollars remaining as cannabis assignment. Next slide, please. The table on your screen or your attachment 8 illustrates how cultivation tax rates have changed over time. I'm not going to go through each one, but the information is there for you. As the program has presented at various meetings, the cannabis industry has not stabilized and continues to face a crisis throughout the state of California. A growing number are failing to pay their local and state taxes, and these operators have requested to defer their tax liabilities so they may fund other pressing needs such as payroll and expenses relating to meeting the local and state licensing requirements. Since fiscal year 16-17, there have been 35 business closures, including 9 in this current fiscal year. On an annual basis, these closures collectively represent losses to the county of approximately $1.8 million in commercial cannabis tax revenue and 500 jobs. Next slide, please. As part of staff's direction provided at the November 8th, 2022 meeting, the board requested that a concept that was discussed at a prior committee meeting, and we're going to refer to that as the scaled tax rates or sliding scale driven by wholesale pricing, being included in the proposed cultivation tax rate amendments. The table on your screen or your attachment B are the proposed scaled cultivation tax rates. The rates begin at the recovery of the program costs at current canopy and raise in 2 wholesale price increments. If these pricing thresholds are reached, the county would see a revenue surplus of approximately $500,000 per each tier. While this sliding scale rate concept could reduce the frequency with which the program seeks for direction on commercial cannabis taxation, the Office of County Counsel has advised that they need additional time to review the sliding scale rate concept. Staff recommends that the board wait until County Counsel has made a determination to establish the sliding scale concept, but the staff believes the board, if they chose, could make a decision on the proposed reduced commercial cannabis tax rate today and receive further information regarding the sliding scale concept in early 2023. I will now have Miles Etchenick review the strengths and weaknesses of the sliding scale concept that was presented to the Cannabis Committee.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and other members of the board. Miles Etchenick, Management Analyst 2 for the Cannabis Program. Beginning with the strengths of this concept, this would provide further relief to cultivators and establish a benchmark for them to factor into their business plans. And secondly, both the county and its cultivators would benefit as the prices recover. Moving on to weaknesses or items that need to be improved upon, because we did not have a comparable taxation method or outcomes to base the model upon, it would likely be implemented, the implementation will be accompanied by trial and error. Although a sliding scale concept is used in traditional agriculture, the data that is captured by the United States Department of Agriculture is reliable enough for the buyer and the seller to base the pricing of their sales contracts upon. Secondly, the accuracy of the CCA pricing information remains contested, and it will likely be difficult to arrive at a consensus when a rate increase is warranted. While the industry frequently expresses concerns that the pricing figures are inflated, these figures are driven by operator data. The CCA platform is only allowed to ingest data as submitted by operators, and incorrect or inaccurate information flows through the platform, which is unable to resolve any of these errors without operator intervention. This conscious design choice is intended to preserve the integrity of the underlying data and prevents any manipulation or editorialization of the data. A local operator recently and incorrectly reported tens of thousands of plants as a negative number, and that actually caused the public-facing Transparency Project portal to go negative until those values could be backed out from the public-facing side of things. At the time of writing, those figures still remain negative. Operators were only required to submit monthly reports on pricing related to external transfers until November 2022, when the program began to require them to submit pricing for all transfers, regardless of whether or not they were external or internal. And at that time, for October, only 60% of our operators reported the required information, and that compounds the inaccuracy over time. Many of our operators sell on a consignment basis. However, they're not revisiting the figures that are uploaded to the system with what they estimated to receive with what they actually received. And lastly, because the price point is self-reported, it could be inaccurate unless that is audited. Moving on, due to the volume of business closures that we've observed recently and the variable nature of cultivation canopy, cost recovery cannot be guaranteed because operators may cease operations or reduce their canopy below the current projections that our recovery rates are based on. There will continue to be operating costs that are outside of the county control that could prevent an operator from being profitable even at our cost recovery rates. And that could include ownership of the underlying property, their economies of scale, or cultivation techniques. Amending these rates would require significant time to administer. And for that reason, staff is recommending, if the board moves forward with the sliding scale approach, that that the rate changes would be limited to no more than once per quarter, and that would help to ensure that the proper tax rate was being applied. The board may wish to establish review periods within a fiscal year or establish a period of time for which pricing must remain elevated or depressed before affecting a rate change, or lastly, imposing a cap on the number of changes that could occur within a fiscal year. Next slide, please. As previously reported by the Treasurer Tax Collector Department, these retroactive rate changes present significant challenges to staff. As such, a proactive rate change would reduce the room for error, and multiple rate changes do make it challenging to ensure that the tax system is applying the correct rate. So it is recommended that these changes occur no more than once per quarter. And it should be noted that square footage modifications introduced additional complexity into this concept. Considering that operators continued to struggle with resolving their existing tax delinquency and meeting local requirements, staff is recommending that until the industry and the market stabilizes, these rate changes would only occur once prior to the start of a fiscal year. This will reduce the staff time that was necessary to assess these business tax rate changes and assist cultivators with their business planning functions. Staff would propose that this review in each February prior to each year that will inform our projections for revenue during the budgeting process. Reducing these current rates to recovery rates would reduce our estimated cultivation revenue by approximately $2.7 million. So the rate change would not occur more than once per quarter within a fiscal year. Sorry about that. We did present this item to the Cannabis Committee. However, they did not have a recommendation. And sorry, I don't know if I touched on this, the impacts of our recovery rates. So reducing to those recovery rates would reduce our estimated cultivation tax revenue by approximately $2.7 million. I will now turn the presentation back to Joanne.
Okay, thank you, Miles. Thank you for the slide. So the staff recommends the proposed amended commercial cannabis tax rates that you see on your screen. We are also requesting that you allow the Office of the County Council to conduct a review of the sliding scale concept, and the program would return to the board in early 2023, likely after February, with its findings and recommendations. The board approved a formal payment plan on November 8th. Payment plans would be for fiscal year 21-22, quarters 2 through 4, and fiscal year 22-23, all quarters. Staff has found that they need additional time to prepare the related payment plan documents and is seeking to extend the due date for the deposit to January 31st, 2023, instead of the December 31st, 2022. And also, in light of the winter season where there is less production, staff is also seeking to amend the down payment from 25% to 15%. Next slide, please. So this concludes our presentation, and we are happy to answer any question. Here on your screen are the recommendations A through D.
Thank you very much.
Mary, you might be muted.
No, I don't think I am. Yeah, I am muted, but not technologically. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Thank you for the report, Joanne. And I recognize that the industry has continuing concerns, and I really think that staff is recommending a reasonable approach to align the tax rates with the program core function reductions that I know are going to be talked about. And I appreciate staff's concern that we cannot continue to make changes just so regularly to the tax rates. If we're able to stick to these proposed rate reductions will provide stability for both the county and the industry to understand what it's going to take to cover program costs for the year ahead. As I said, I do recognize the industry is still suffering and that things may still be rocky in the coming months. So we'll just have to see how things evolve in 2023. When we had our committee meeting, Chris and I had different approaches to the solution for today. So I'm sure he would like to speak to, well, I'm not sure what he would like to speak to, so I will let him speak for himself. Chris, do you want to make any comments?
Yeah, happy to, Mary. Thank you. I'll just, state that for me, I think a plan that makes it so that when things are tough, we're sharing in that mode or pain, but when things are good, we share in the success makes more sense to me. So I appreciate the challenges that have been laid out. Nobody else did it by square foot either. When we started this program, we've done tough things in the past and we've done it in a way that's made us successful. And I believe that it's long term, this is the way to go to reduce the workload long term. I get it's upfront work. And I believe that partnered with the lower rates as proposed is part of the solution. But I don't want folks to feel like, well, we're committing to less and it'll never come back up. I feel like there's a partnership with a plan that shows a sliding scale. And for that reason, I was still supportive given the challenges laid out by staff in a belief that we have the right team that can put together a program that will work for Monterey County, for the industry, and help keep these jobs here within our county boundaries. And so for that reason, I was supporting continuing, and I hear the challenges and the concerns from county council are new to me today. And so I look forward to hearing from my colleagues about how they wish to proceed, but that was a position that I took given the information we received in committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. And I will go now just down the line through my colleagues. Supervisor Phillips, do you have any questions or comments at this time?
Well, I'm just frustrated with the way the administration of this is growing, and we've become huge. We thought this was going to be the big money boon, and it hasn't turned out. Trying to deal something with it, but I have a concern. I got to say, I have a concern about a sliding scale. Administratively, I mean, if you're going to do that, I think the most you could do it is once a year or twice a year. But having the sliding scale, I can just see a whole, from an administrative standpoint, trying to do that causes me some real concern. Rather than getting rid of staff, I think we almost have to add more staff. That's a concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Rudasky, do you have any comments or questions at this point?
I do have a number of questions. So if I could go back to the cannabis committee discussion, and it sounds like Supervisor Adams, you're supporting the staff recommendation as it's presented. And I didn't completely understand, Supervisor Lopez, what you were wanting to see come out of
Sure. So
the recommendation. If you could just restate that for me.
Yeah, happy to address that. So the options that were essentially laid out to us, or the two that we discussed in committee, were not the same ones that are in front of us today. It was a question of whether to proceed with the sliding scale model, discussion and development, as well as reducing the rates. That was one option. The other was simply to reduce the rates. And so for me, I was in favor of the development of the sliding scale with the rate reduction. I don't want to speak for Mary, but I'll say I think that on that side, it was just the rate reduction, not the sliding scale. And to John's point, I'll just state that I did say in committee, forgot to mention my comments today, that my hope was we would only adjust twice a year. So I'm in line with that point of view as well.
Okay, thank you. And so you are or are not supportive of the recommendation item C here today about reducing down to item B, which is the rate recovery proposal that's in front of us. You want that to, you would support that so long as we continue moving forward with the
Development of a sliding scale, correct?
that may not be available and ready to go until 2024.
Correct. But I'm okay with reducing now as long as we're moving forward towards a sliding scale development.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. And then to cannabis staff, the proposal for, so item B, the proposal to reduce rates, that would take us to a zero revenue, sort of only allowing the revenue that we anticipate would cover the costs of the program, assuming that we fully collect on the rates at the lower level. Is that correct?
That is correct. And Norma, can you bring up slide number 3?
And then the follow-up to that would be, as we're watching businesses go under, is it a safe assumption that if we were to lower the rates to be for cost recovery only, that we would actually fully recover on that? Or would we more likely have some percentage of those businesses default on their taxes, which would actually leave the county with a less than cost recovery tax recovery amount?
So that is a very good point. And that is what we are emphasizing both at the Cannabis Committee and today at the board, is that the program does not have control over when an operator modifies, meaning if they increase their square footage or decrease their square footage. We also do not have control over when they will pay the taxes. So every year we provide a projected estimated revenue based on what they register for in terms of canopy. And so again, these numbers correlate with the next board report, which is the proposed reductions to the program.
Okay.
I hope that answers your question.
It does a little bit. So, I mean, it's all projected, but at this point, are we taking a conservative approach to within this revised proposed amount of tax collection? Are we accounting for a 25% or 50% default rate?
Not yet, because again, that would just be a projection of the staff being able to say, we anticipate there might be a 25% default. And that is just not something that we are able to determine. However, I will say to you that I am speaking to the operators on a daily basis, meaning I am talking to the ones that are in the process of closing. I'm speaking to the ones who are not sure what's going to happen. And so until they make decisions on their end, it's really difficult for the program to make those types of projections. But I think we address some of this in the next report.
Okay. Well, I guess what I'm trying to get at and understand is that the proposal, if the proposal isn't accounting for some fairly significant default rate, which is what we're experiencing currently on the taxation as we currently have it set up, then we're actually, if we approve item B, we're actually talking about most likely a recovery rate that's less than what the program costs, even when we reduce positions. And I think that for me, that's concerning. I think it's also, I am sympathetic, and I am committed to figuring out what we can do as a county. I think this board has been incredibly committed to figuring out what we as a county can do to support this new industry, to encourage this new industry, to work with this new industry. We've benefited significantly, and our community has benefited significantly from the cannabis industry. So it's in all of our best interests to figure out how to make this work for the long run. However, I really am feeling a little bit stuck by the reality that we are already so far below what the intent of the voters were when they approved this. When they allowed us to welcome cannabis into Monterey County with a very clear set of expectations, and I'm I'm really struggling with how do I explain going below cost recovery to the voters who we made promises to. And I don't know that I have an answer at this point about how to address that or how to respond to that. But it's where I'm struggling, especially if we're realistically going to be looking at a negative recovery for cost for the program. So that's on item number B. And then on item number C, we didn't really get a staff recommendation or a staff presentation on this. This would be to reduce the down payment plan from 25% to 15% and extend the down payment due date to January 31st. And I'm just wondering if that was a recommendation of the Cannabis Committee or if that's a staff recommendation and where the committee members stand on that.
I need to verify. I'm pretty sure we discussed this at the Cannabis Committee meeting.
Yes, not as robustly. I think we had concurrence on that so quickly that it was not a focus
Right.
of conversation. Am I wrong in that, Mary?
No, you're correct in that.
So
Joanne?
Supervisor Askew, so we did discuss it at the Cannabis Committee meeting. The reason why I'm asking for a delay in the payment is because the staff is just running out of time right now. We have a couple weeks left in the month of December, and we are trying to issue all of the provisional cannabis business permits. So it's not an excuse. It's just that we want to do a good job when we put together the documents for the formal payment plan. And so I'm just asking for an additional month. The reduction is due to the fact that in my conversations with the industry, it is going to be the 25% is going to be pretty tough.
And so I'm sorry, just to be clear, so the Cannabis Committee is recommending a reduction from 25% to 15% and the January 31st date.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. That's what I was looking for. All right. I don't have any other questions at this time. I look forward to hearing the rest of the discussion.
Thank you for your great questions, Owen. Supervisor Lopez, Luis, do you have any questions or comments?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, I know you're not feeling well today, but you're hanging in there. I would say, first of all, my first question, and it was a concern that came up in Budget Committee, was budget staff had reported that there was a negative balance for the cannabis program because refunds were being made, and I wonder why refunds were being made rather than providing credit for future years to ensure that that money will be used to pay owed taxes. If staff could just, I didn't have a chance to ask it in Budget Committee, but I want to make sure that there should probably have been some other ways to handle that on a credit basis to not return money and then not have it used to pay future tax obligations.
Supervisor Alejo, Jake Stroud is on the call, and so I would like to defer that. Oh, and I'm sorry, Mary Zeev is also on the call as well.
You just saw her, yeah.
Where did you go?
Thank you, Supervisor. When the rates were reduced, some operators had previously paid at the higher rate. At that time, they were given the option. Did they want a refund or did they want to apply it to future obligations? Many of them did ask to have it applied to future obligations, but for those that requested a refund, we were required to refund it because there is not a tax amount due. And if we keep that money with no taxes due, we have to start paying interest on it. So that needed to be refunded to people if they so requested.
Yeah, but that was, so those were, but I just want to make sure that, I mean, because here we are halfway through the next fiscal year. So that means that they were all caught up on anything that was returned. They were already caught up.
We do have a number of operators that throughout this entire time have remained current and did pay at the much higher previous tax rates, so much so that it created quite a refund for them.
And do we know what the total amount that was actually refunded? I don't think any of us have heard what that number is, because that was a surprise for me to hear that we were making refunds.
I have that. I can get it to you if you give me half a second. I'll see if I can look that up.
Yeah, no, I got a few more other questions, so I'll
Okay.
I don't know if the other person that was mentioned might want to address this, or I think Mary, you pretty much answered it.
Yeah, let me see. I had the numbers at a previous board meeting when we were talking about reducing the tax rate, what implications that would have. And let me pull those up quickly.
Yeah, so meanwhile, Madam Chair, I'll go to my next question while Mary Zeeb looks that up. And first of all, it was just I wanted to say, I mean, there's a lot here before us. We brought this up and discussed it on November 8th. I'm glad that in the memo, staff included some of the hardships that are real in our county, and I just wanted to reemphasize those because we get asked by the community, why are we making these changes to this industry? And I agree that during the years of prosperity, it was a tremendous benefit. And now the industry is really struggling. But for me, in any of these decisions, I would just want for the record to be very clear with the public why we're having to make some drastic decisions and changes here, and what is happening in the industry. And I like that in the memo, in the discussion, staff made clear that there's been 33 businesses that have closed in 2016 and 17, and including 7 more in 22, 23. And that these closures include the losses of 1.3 million in commercial cannabis cultivation tax, and also 500 jobs so far. That's very significant, and more than the 1.3 million in tax revenue. I don't know if that's per year, or it seems like a low amount, but certainly I think in the last 2-3 years there's been multiple millions of dollars that are not coming in because of this crisis, and certainly the loss of 500 jobs. That's certainly an impact to all those hundreds of families. And so I just wanted to make sure we make that clear that these decisions today are as a result of this devastating downturn in the industry, and these drops in these prices, and we're trying to have a taxation base that fits where the industry is at in terms of its current challenges. But I agree with what Supervisor Lopez said, that when things recover, which I believe they will, other states have gone through these downturns as well. But when things stabilize and recover, that the commitment should be to the public to increase these rates to a fair amount, to whatever level that they are at that time. Things change, and so this taxation level needs to change as well. Last thing I would just emphasize is that I know we're asking for the 30 days, but I think we keep pushing it off, but pushing out the deadline. And I know the staffing has their challenges because they're working on multiple priorities, but I think that's going to be the real test of whether we're going to be able to collect. There needs to be some teeth in the program that put that deadline on to start making payment. Otherwise, we're going to keep having more months of non-collection, and then at the end of the year, if we're not already there, we're not going to collect even the minimum amount to pay the staffing cost of the program. That's going to be very concerning for us, because otherwise, as Supervisor Askew pointed out, we're going to be in the negative and not even collecting what we're estimating are the minimal costs to just pay for the staffing of the program and the other additional programs that we funded through cannabis. So that is concerning, but it's only going to work if we have the payment program in place that create the incentives and place the teeth into the program that obligate a payment on a monthly basis. So I take that with all seriousness, and I don't want to have a report at the end of the fiscal year that we're in the negative in over $1 million or a couple $1 million. I think that is not what we're aiming to do here. But I know a lot is out of our hands. So we don't know in the end, once the payment program is in place, who's going to pay. I appreciate all those that are paying up and staying on on task with what they're supposed to be paying. That is very much appreciated. They're struggling, but we also want to make sure that we're doing things right and transparently to the public on our side. Thank you, Madam Chair. And if we could just get that answer from Mary Zeeb.
Yes, Mary has her hands up now,
Thank you.
and for a while she has. There we go.
Thank you, Supervisor. Yeah, I had the information. So with the rate reductions, that resulted in credits of a little over $1 million. And of that $1 million, 540,000 was requested they be credits for future tax obligations. So those were put towards credits to that the operators requested. And $483,000 went out in refund checks for operators that requested a refund on those overpayments. So a little more than $1 million.
Yeah, well, I'm glad to hear the 540 were credits. That's great. The majority of it, and the 43 went back, but I hope that those businesses will, as the payment kicks in, will stay on top of their future the obligations moving forward. Thank you, Mary Z, for that.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, so do we want to go back to Joanne? Are there other questions at this point, or shall we, any more from the board? If not, I will take it out to the public, and I know I have at least one hand raised at this.
Madam Chair, maybe I could ask, it's a question to legal. There's so many ties back to item 6 as well. I think that it would, in order to make votes that really tie together and paint the full picture of the issue we're facing today, I think it would be great if we could hear that presentation first and then vote on 6 and 7. Is that possible, Les?
Chair's prerogative.
Okay.
So would it be that I just simply trail 7? Let's hear from the public, but that I would trail 7 until we hear 6, then come back for a vote on 7 and a vote on 6.
Correct. That's correct.
Okay, I think that's a good idea. I agree with you. So why don't we hear from the public, and then we will take 6, so we see how the expenses interact with the revenue and the projections. So first we'll go to Aaron Johnson. Aaron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I understand it, are you asking for testimony on the fact that you're going back and forth between the items?
At this point, I am asking for your comments on item 7.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Madam Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors, Aaron Johnson on behalf of various applicants. I thought what I'd do is just address one of the important questions that Supervisor Rudascu asked, which is how do you go back to your constituency and defend a program that may appear like it is operating at a negative within the county on behalf of cannabis? And I believe that the answer is twofold. One, I think you have to take a step back and take a look at the program as a whole over the period of 7 years or so and realize and basically explain that this industry has brought in well over $70 million for a program that has cost roughly $20 million, and that there's been a clear benefit. I think the other thing that we need to do is to explain that this is to support the long-term viability, because I think if we average out over the years and again take a step back and look at this in a whole, that the jobs that it has created, the economy that it's created, et cetera, really does result in a positive, not only within the community, but for the for the county as well and its programs. And so, I ask that you just take the broad approach and realize that there is a commitment between the industry and the county to run a program that does result in those community benefits. We're not trying to shirk community benefits. We're trying to assure that they're continued for the long term. And going down the route that we are, we're assuring that we're not going to benefit from it. So thank you.
Aaron, I just want to ask you a quick question. When
Sure.
you said going down the route that we are not making decisions that will ensure a long-term benefit. Did I
No, I think
misunderstand you?
making decisions that keep the status quo in terms of taxation and the rates for the industry will assure that a lot of them go out of business. It already has, and it is. That's my point.
That's I thought that's what you were saying.
Yeah,
Okay,
thank you.
for that. And let's see, the next person is Robert Roach. There we go, Mr. Roach.
Thank you, Chair Adams. The staff report mentioned a situation in agriculture where data is used to determine the price paid between a willing buyer and a willing seller, and that's way different from a tax imposed. I can't find this taxing method being used anywhere else. I do support the staff recommendations. I wish you could have done more, but this is what we can do today. We'll just have to see how this all shakes out. This is not a risk-free business for anyone. I don't like the sliding tax rate. I feel it has too many challenges. It puts a burden on staff, and plus they have the payment program to figure out. And really, job one for them should be concentrate on the permitting and getting people to the finish line of annual licensing. That should be job number one. I would suggest you just review this once a year in connection with the budget cycle. That's what many other counties do. And I think Supervisor Askew is asking the right question, but the default rate is high because the tax is high. So what do? You raise the tax so you could get more money? No, it doesn't work that way. You're going to get more money by lowering the tax so more people can pay, and less people will default, and you'll be left with less liens on bankrupt cannabis businesses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next person has a telephone number ending in 103. There we go.
Hi, Chair Adams and Supervisors. This is Chris Boggs with Wave Rider Nursery. I regret that we're still talking about this, and it's difficult for us to revisit this as often as we have, and I'm sure it's that much more frustrating for you guys. But I just want to be real quick and reiterate what I said during the Cannabis Committee meeting last week, and that's really what it comes down to is the jobs at this point. And I think jobs are a community benefit. And I know that the slide at the committee meeting was, I believe it mentioned 1,000 jobs, not 500. The true number is probably somewhere in the middle, but I think it's probably closer to 1,000 jobs that have been lost so far. And there's many more. And these are year-round jobs out of the weather in greenhouses and whatnot. I mean, at our facility, we have benches, so people aren't having to bend over. They're standing, they're working, they're quite happy doing what they're doing. And I do believe that's a community benefit. And I hope you guys would consider that as you're delving into all these numbers and whatnot. We need as much help as we can get. And unfortunately, there are going to be many more that fail. And I don't know if the size of the program needs to shrink as the operators shrink. I mean, obviously, if this time next year we have 50% of the operators, then we're going to have to take another look at the cost of the program, because it should be decreasing proportionally to the number of operators, I would think. So I know there's a lot on your plate, but I appreciate any consideration you guys give to the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Patrick Roscoe. Oh, you can unmute yourself.
All right, great. Good afternoon, Chair and County Supervisors. We're a landlord to one of the tenants in question here, and from a landlord perspective, I just wanted to echo some of the comments that were made here. We've gone through boom times. We're now in a position where everyone's fighting for survival. The county is not the only party that is being asked to make concessions. We landlords are dipping into our pockets, whether it's rent abatement or we recently came up with $650,000 in order to help our tenant get to the annual license relative to requests that are made by county staff to bring certain items into compliance. So there's a tremendous investment here. I would echo what Mr. Boggs just said. You know, at some point, we're talking about the vitality of the community and jobs as kind of a bottom line. The other thing I would offer is that this industry has taken substantially longer to stabilize and normalize than I think folks had hoped and expected. When federal legalization, the Safe Banking Act, there's certain events that will improve the situation and allow these businesses to heal. And unfortunately, the folks that are early movers who are essentially paving the way for this industry are going to be paying the price because they were taxed at a higher rate. They suffered longer waiting for profitability and more favorable tax treatment, not only in a county but a state and federal level. And anything that we can collectively do to keep them around to see that event, it would be most appreciated. So I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. And now we'll go to Michelle Hackett. There we go.
Sorry, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much for this presentation today. And I want to very quickly thank Joanne Yumoto and staff. I believe that her 4 recommendations are extremely reasonable and fair for both the board to consider as well as industry. I liked what Chris says. He's been on this committee the longest. And I think that we both see it as a partnership, those owner operators that are still duking this out. We just had a county inspection here last week. We got the best raving review we've ever got. We have the state coming out tomorrow. So for those of us that are still in this industry and fighting for their survival, I 1000% agree that it will rebound. Will it happen in this year? None of us know, but know that we are fully committed to not only getting these licenses and fully permitted operations, that we also are committed to when the going is good again, we want to contribute to the community. We want to provide double, triple, 4 times the jobs if at all possible. So know that the commitment is full circle from owner operators like myself and my family as it is to the county. And know that as Aaron said as well, that there have been times we've been able to commit millions and millions of dollars just to this community, and it will come back around again. Now is not that time as we continue to struggle in a failing market, battle the black market, battle, continuing to get to full compliancy, but we're still here and we are still doing our absolute best day in and day out. And I really do think that being able to provide jobs 365 days a year, even if it's to 50 employees, it's important. So I just want to, echo what some of the industry has already stated in the fact that although it's not exactly what we want, these recommendations, I think, are fair and reasonable to both the county and to the industry. So I support the program and the 4 recommendations they're making today. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. And now we've got Joey Espinoza.
Good afternoon. Based on the logic and the research we used when we first created our tax rate with HDL's help, the true rate should probably be around 75 cents. However, I understand that would not cover the cost of the program budget, which is inflated over the past several years. The program budget should be much less, and over-regulating makes that nearly impossible. There's no doubt that a majority of operations will not be able to pay the down payment, and while changing it to 15% due at the end of January is better, it will still be impossible for most people, especially with hundreds of thousands of dollars that must be spent to achieve annual licensing next year. The best solution for the industry and those depending on these jobs is to forgive as the program and the tax collector recommended. If this is not something that the board is willing to do, some relief is better than none. I support our rates getting closer to 75 cents. However, I want the board to know that with 1,000 jobs lost, which, as Chris said, was mentioned on a cannabis memo at the 12-1 committee meeting, with 1,000 jobs lost, already forcing large payments or shutting down will only lead to more. Slashing program costs dramatically is the only way to leave more funding on the table. The industry simply cannot provide substantial revenue at this time. It can only provide jobs for our community. The idea of reducing the program costs and adjusting our tax rates along with that is something I support. If forgiveness is something the board refuses to provide, then this method is better than keeping the status quo. Thank you.
Thank you, Joey. And next we have Karen Ringenberg.
Thank you very much. My name is Karen Ringenberg. I'm a lawyer who has been working with folks in the county in this industry since 2017. It's been very challenging to see clients who have become friends fail in their businesses. It's already happening, happened to a number, it's in the middle of happening to others, and it's going to happen to more yet, and that's challenging and difficult for everyone involved to deal with. People who poured their blood, sweat, and tears and life savings into a business to try to get it off the ground, and along the way paid the county a lot in taxes, aren't going to make it. That's just a reality that we all have to accept. But there is a path forward in this county to continued employment, continued investment in infrastructure, and continued tax revenues to the county. But we need a change in order of the tax structure to see that possibility through. I think the proposal from the staff is an excellent balancing of the competing interests. I understand that it's difficult for the board to approve a plan that might leave this function where the tax revenue doesn't meet the program needs for a short-term basis. But I think it's only a possibility. It might not happen if the industry does better than expected. And there's not really any alternative. The only alternative, the only sure way to make sure that tax revenue equals or exceeds the program cost is to shut down the program altogether. And I don't think anyone has the appetite for that. And think of the empty greenhouses, the unemployment, the reduced investment in the county that would cause. And so what we're left with is to move forward on a plan like the staff has proposed that reduces rates to a level that the industry, while they're not happy to pay it, thinks they can manage with, comes up with a payment program that is the best I think we can do in the circumstances. And that's the best chance of putting the county and its long-term economy on the best footing. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your remarks. Those are really helpful to us. So we've heard from the board, we've heard from the public.
Madam Chair, you do have a few people here in chambers.
Oh, thanks so much, Chris. Could you please come forward and give your remarks?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Sergio. I'm an operator in Monterey County, been in the greenhouse industry for the last 40 years. We grew flowers, orchids, many flowers in our beautiful county. Unfortunately, today we're facing a huge challenge. I mean, our industry will not rebound as fast as we like. I think will be a process, and I think the process might start now going forward. And I think when someone said that, how do I explain to my voters why we're not collecting the revenue that we're supposed to collect? One, we already collected $70 million. Second, how do you think we go to our people every day and tell them they don't have a job? It's more like 750 people, maybe 1,000 people that we laid off. How do you feel this Christmas when they don't have no other place to go? Agriculture, as we all know, is April to November, or maybe October. We provide something really key that all of us need to understand: full-time jobs. These people work in our greenhouses, safe environment, 365 or 5 days, 6 days a week. And I believe we need to be we need to be proactive. Is that if we lower our taxes, as we staff is suggesting, our opportunity is one, stabilize our market and be a player, because this industry is here to stay. I think we should be looking forward, not backwards. look forward whereby we can put more greenhouse square footage in the county. We will go back to 2.8 for, hopefully 5-6 million square feet of greenhouse. That's how we collect the money back into the county. But for the county to come back right now, we got to pay up. I think that, and I appreciate, yes, give us opportunity to survive, and we will get more square footage in the county. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your remarks. Next speaker.
Nobody's coming forward, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chris. All righty. So what I'd like to do then, thank you for all of the remarks. It looks like we have one panelist.
Yeah, Madam Chair, just to get clarity from staff on that question, because I think the loss of jobs is important. And the fact that there was a memo in Cannabis Committee that said the estimated job loss was 1,000 and now at this meeting is 500. Could we just get a response from staff? What is our best estimate on the job loss up until this point?
Thank you. Joanne, do you have that number?
Yes, and it's part of the next presentation. But in July of 2021, we began requesting information for the industry's employees. And at that time, it was 2,400. Today, it is 1,400, which is about a 42% reduction in the industry workforce.
So that is about 1,000 jobs.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Is that it for you, Luis?
Yep, thank you.
Yeah. All right. So now what I would like to do is trail item number 7, meaning we'll come back to it. And now we'll go to look at the expense side of things. We'll take item number 6. Joanne, you're good with that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Yes, absolutely. So why don't we go ahead and move into 6?
Oh, okay, thank you. So again, Chair Adams, members of the board, Joanne Iwamoto, Cannabis Program. So today we are presenting proposed changes to the Cannabis Program organization, specifically staff and the non-staff costs that are paid by commercial cannabis business tax revenue. We will also review the non-cannabis allocations and make a recommendation as well. As directed by the board on November 8th, and in previous comments made by that committee, the program has carefully reviewed its current structure and is making the proposed changes for these cannabis allocations. And again, these are the positions where their functions are directly related to cannabis work. As you recall, the program was created in 2018 and operates with core functions that we believe are essential. One of the main purposes of the program staff, meaning those that report directly to the CAO's office, is overall program coordination, including the work with the 9 county departments, local fire agencies, our industry operators, and the close collaboration that we do with the Department of Cannabis Control. The program is the local regulatory arm. Although it is very relevant to discuss the number of business operators that began in 2018 and those that remain, the core functions of such a program are critical to maintain, and staff is seeking your support. Next slide, please. On your slide is the current cannabis program organization allocations by numbers, including the non-cannabis staff. All have been paid by commercial cannabis tax revenue. Per the direction of the board, the program developed a cost reduction to target a $4 million mark. Staff's analysis is correlated with the previously proposed report in the reduction of commercial tax rates. Next slide, please. And I'm sorry for the size of the font here, but on your screen are the cannabis program allocations. These are the staff that work on cannabis business work activities or the non-staff costs that directly support our efforts. There are 25.23 employees at an approximate cost of 4.6 million. There are non-staff allocations at approximate cost of 1.5. The total for the program allocations that work on cannabis activities is approximately 6.1 million. Next slide, please. On your screen are the non-cannabis staff allocations. These are the allocations approved by the Board of Supervisors that are paid again with cannabis tax revenue. Their functions are unrelated to cannabis activities. The program recommends the budget office identify a different funding source for these allocations. However, at the Cannabis Committee, there was discussion, and the budget director remarked after he was asked, how could this be addressed? And I believe the decision was that it should likely be worked through the budget hearing process. Next slide, please. On your screen is the list of the proposed cannabis program core functions by department and by job classification with related costs. Staff believes core functions include the program staff that report directly to the CAO's office, the functions of the auditor controller, the office of the county council, district attorney, housing and community development, the health department, sheriff, and treasurer tax collector's office. The California Cannabis Authority, as you refer to as CCA's membership, is critical until the Department of Cannabis Control provides local authorization and access to metric. Monterey County has been very fortunate in this area. We have met with the Department of Cannabis Control several times, and we are one of only 2 counties that have been afforded the opportunity to spend time with DCC and metric for on-site inspections. And during our last visit, they stayed about a week, and we all received, especially the compliance inspection staff, they received in-depth training on metric, which was very helpful. We are hopeful that such access will be allowed by the summer of 2023. However, the DCC will not provide any target date at this point. Next slide, please. After careful consideration and analysis, the program identified the proposed changes to staff and non-staff allocations, and these are on your screen at this time. Our Human Resources Department has completed preliminary analysis and found the following. The majority of departments will identify alternative funding to retain the positions. There will be no reduction in force that impacts current employees. With that said, the Health Department has critical concerns regarding the non-staff allocation of $225,000 as contracts are in place and work is continuously worked on. They recommend, if the non-staff allocation is removed, to wait until fiscal year 23-24. As it is important to note the number of business closures as we previously discussed, and there are 35, which equates to approximately loss of revenue at about 1.8 million per year. Currently, we have 81 remaining business operations. We have 9 retail operations, with the 9th one opening about a week ago. Unfortunately, we also have 9 in the process of closure. The impacts of these additional 9 closures would further reduce the estimated tax revenue by 1.8 million and further reduce jobs by approximately 170. In reducing staffing, and the decisions and the analysis was difficult, but I do believe it is important for the program to share what those impacts to service will be. Reducing from 3 to 2 compliance inspection teams will impact scheduling efforts and reduce site visits. I should note that as we quarterly meet with 12 other jurisdictions, more jurisdictions are actually conducting site inspections more frequently now than Monterey County. Removal of the accountant 2 position could further compound the work of the CAO's finance manager. If the DCC does not authorize the local access to metric, the program will request the CCA allocation be restored. Public health efforts will be eliminated, or there would be minimal outreach, and existing contracts with partner agencies will be in jeopardy. And finally, there will likely be impacts to service levels, particularly timing with the impacted departments and from the program itself as it relates to compliance. The departments are aware of the proposed changes and most are available to comment today. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, the commercial cannabis industry within Monterey County and beyond is in a crisis situation. There is overproduction. There are insufficient retail outlets. And as many of you may be aware, the Department of Cannabis Control is actually conducted a survey of all counties to find out more about how they went about to create their retail ordinances. And there's also going to be a local assistance program for those counties and cities who ban retail activities to help them promote or to gain abilities for them to have commercial cannabis within those jurisdictions. And there is a growing unlicensed market. The original intent of Measure Y didn't consider this scenario: less cannabis business tax revenue collections and reduced operations. The staff feels that the board should consider alternative funding source if tax revenues cannot fund the program costs. There is a cannabis assignment balance of approximately $5.8 million, and that could be used to offset this year and next year. If the board approves the proposed amended cultivation rates, the revenue should cover the program allocations and proposed reductions. But again, the program cannot guarantee who will pay and who will reduce their cultivation canopy. And finally, for this report, the Cannabis Committee did support the proposed changes. Next slide, please. So this concludes our presentation, and on your screen are the recommendations for this board report. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Joanne. So just going back to Supervisor Rude Askew's question, with the proposed changes to the tax rate, we would still be covering the cost of the program based on what you presented to us today.
Yes, that would be our estimate.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. And I will first come back now to our board for questions and comments. And I'll start with Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I think just on your question, Madam Chair, I think the concern maybe Supervisor Askew could elaborate that's our best estimate, and that's if people make payments, right? If everybody makes their payments as planned, then we will collect the minimum to pay off all these staffing, whether it's cannabis or non-cannabis. And the question was posed whether, sometimes we put in a contingency for a construction project in case there's overruns. There's no contingency, it seems, here of 10 or 15% in case enough is not collected. We're not in the negative at the end of the fiscal year. I think that was the concern. My question to Joanne, and thank you, Joanne, for your presentation. I know the direction we gave last time was really focusing on those positions that either could be transferred with other available departmental funding, or really focusing on the vacancies, as those were not filled. There were positions approved for funding, but they were not filled, and so that's where you won't see no impact, because the person hasn't been employed. The person wasn't providing that service to the program yet. So I think you said the number was 6.25 positions at a cost of $1.579 million. So out of those 6 positions, how many will be transferred to, will be kept on payroll using other department funds, and how many were actual vacancies that are now not being filled?
Supervisor Alejo, you're talking about the proposed changes to the program, the 6.25 positions.
Yes, I'm just really looking at
correct.
How many vacancies will remain that way, and how many staff will be just transferred, being funded through other sources?
I think I will need to defer that to either Irma Ramirez Bao or Kim Moore. But if I could make a comment, so the proposed cultivation tax rates, that will pay for the program allocations. It does not address the positions that are paid by cannabis tax revenue, but do not have any cannabis functions. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so that on your chart of non-cannabis positions and services was a total of $877,000, more or less.
Correct. So the program did not account for those.
So
Because in the
then,
recommendation, we were recommending that the board identify an alternative funding source. So that
So
is
then-
not included in the calculation of the
right, but I don't think that was the direction we gave on November 8th. We had given direction to adjust the taxation rate so we collect for the program and also
Correct.
for the non-cannabis program services that we've previously allocated. So that would have included, the direction was that it should have included the 877.
Are you sure it wasn't to include the non-staff related allocations? Because talking with the budget committee, there's other funding to cover these 6 non-cannabis related staff positions.
Well, that's a separate question, right? One question is, out of the 6.25, how many 6.25 positions, how many will continue utilizing other county funds, and how many were just vacancies that will now just no longer be filled? That was my first question. The other point we're getting to that Joanne just raised is that the new taxation level that is being proposed by staff only accounts for cannabis program staffing and services. It excludes the 877 for non-cannabis programs and services, and they're recommending that the county somehow find another funding source for that. But I'm pointing out that on that point, we had given direction for them to come to us today with the taxation rate that should have included both the cannabis programming and the non-cannabis programming and services. Otherwise, now we're trying to knock this off today, and we're going to have to go back mid fiscal year and try to find out where else in our county budget are we going to find almost $1 million to now pay for these other critical services
That are non-cannabis related.
Yes, exactly.
Which is the first time that we have ever funded anything that was a non-cannabis ongoing expense. Which
Well,
is
no,
what was
we funded non-cannabis services and staff from the very beginning through the assignment account, and it's varied each year. But there's some positions that have been funded for more than 1 year. It's not like just in the last year we began funding non-cannabis. It's happened previously.
So.
I would ask. Well, this is my time, Madam Chair, but I would ask county budget staff to elaborate, because we brought that to this point up every budget year. It seems like there's a you've asked, I think, the same question every year. The county cannabis has said, yes, we have funded non-cannabis programs multiple years, many years since the program began. And I would ask Dwayne Woods or Ezequiel Vega to highlight that these programs, we didn't just start funding these this last year. They've been funded for several years.
Although, why don't we get back on
Madam
track?
Chair?
Yes.
So what I might suggest is that maybe staff, whether it's the cannabis program or budget team, to maybe they could articulate what the rate would need to be to cover the cannabis program, and what the rate would be to cover the cannabis program and the non-cannabis allocations, so that you can evaluate that as a board and give direction which way you want to go. I think there's been some direction over the last couple of months that was trying to address both of the issues that I think you're both raising, and as well as giving the cannabis program direction to work through some of that, excuse me, at the cannabis committee. And I think the staff is trying to respond to the cannabis committee recommendations, as well as trying to address the overall funding that the cannabis program has been funding, or the cannabis tax has been funding. So what I would suggest is if staff is able to provide both of those numbers, that's something the board could consider and move forward. I think the ultimate direction that went to to staff to bring to the cannabis committee was what would it take to fund just the cannabis program at this point.
Right, but Charles, I would just say that that's contrary to the direction we gave. So we give direction for them to come back with the formula that we all voted on last time and gave direction on, and now it could have been that they would have provided a recommendation that would include both cannabis and non-cannabis, a taxation rate, and then provided an alternative that came out of the cannabis policy committee. But they didn't do that. We gave direction for them to come back today on what we voted on November 8th, and now they provided something different. And now if we give direction again, then we have to have another meeting to go back to what we originally had asked them to do. That's all I'm saying. I would just suggest to staff that when the board gives direction to stick to that, and if they have alternatives to include for us to consider today, that's how I think it should have been done in the right way. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that, Supervisor. I think there may have been some misunderstanding of what the board direction was, not an intent one way or the other. So I don't know if staff has the ability to provide that additional information that you're seeking at this point. And if they are, we can put it up. Looks like Joanne's saying no, she doesn't.
Well, I just wanted to comment. So we were directed to provide a tax rate to meet the mark of $4 million for the cannabis program. During the cannabis committee meeting on November 29th, I believe Ezekiel Vega, when asked the question, he has stated that the non-cannabis allocations would be addressed during the budget process. And that is why the program did not include that in the analysis for a tax rate. And for overall cost. So I'm sorry, Supervisor Alejo, if there was confusion.
And I see that Ezekiel has his hand raised, so why don't we hear from him?
Yes, I just wanted to clarify that actually I did raise the point that the board had provided direction that these positions were not going to be considered for elimination, but when the cannabis committee was presented information about the potential reduction of these positions, I had indicated that if the board wanted to consider the reduction of the cost for the $877,000, that we should consider that as part of the overall budget. I did not recommend that those positions or those costs for the $877,000 will be considered for a reduction also. And I could work with Joanne and Nick on this, but I do recall having this conversation with them specifically. That is not something that the board had directed to do, but the board could direct today or at any point to make the appropriate motions or the appropriate recommendations as to what staff should do. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Right. Otherwise, the board would be voting to leave us with a $900,000 additional hole in the middle of a fiscal year. That wasn't the direction we gave on November 8th. That's all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your comments, Ezekiel. Okay, so coming back to the board, is there anyone else on the board that has any other questions or comments? Yes, Wendy.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for the additional questions, Supervisor Alejo. And I think it was a good idea to bring all of this into one sort of conversation. And I think I've been as explicit as I have been able to be that in any conversation that we have about the reduction in cannabis positions or to the cannabis program, that we would not be that did not include a conversation about the reduction of programs and positions that are non-cannabis program but that are funded with cannabis dollars. I feel very clearly that those positions and programs that we've used cannabis dollars to fund be be factored into a larger conversation about the county budget. So thank you for the clarification on that point, Ezekiel. I do think it's very important. And thank you, Supervisor Alejo, for clarifying that if we that effectively the recommendation for the cannabis taxation rate would leave a fairly significant hole in our budget that we would need to go back and fill, which I think ultimately I'm okay with having that conversation. If that's the conversation we need to have, it just needs to happen as part of the general fund budget process, and that I'm not sure that that's what's being asked in this case right here today. So moving on to my specific questions or comments, as we look at reducing the cannabis program budget, if we can focus in on that as the issue in front of us, there are a couple things in the health department, specifically the youth prevention and public awareness portions that I would love to hear from health department, their perspective, but in my opinion, those would be essential functions of the cannabis program, and I'm struggling to see those reduced as we right size and downsize the cannabis program. I don't know if health is with us and able to speak to what's happening in those two areas, and what you would, at the health department, identify as critical functions of the cannabis program.
Michelle House is in the room, Madam Chair.
Great.
Thank you very much. And I know, Wendy, that there are contracts that have been left for those at 225,000 for outreach. I assume that Michelle will mention today. Michelle, you are available for comment.
Yes. Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Board. Michelle House, Monterey County Public Health. I actually have a few colleagues in the room as well today from Sun Street Center who can tell you a little bit very specifically on some things that they are currently working on. This 225 that you are asking about is currently wrapped up into several different contracts. The first one being a prevention education contract for Sun Street Centers to go into the schools and educate our youth or our high school population on the importance of drug driving, meaning using cannabis and getting into a car. And they also work on general cannabis education around that. Additionally, we have a large portion wrapped up in what is called our Cannabis Decoded program, which is a prevention program targeted towards parents and youth. It is both education in nature direct to parents in our community, as well as social marketing. And the social marketing involves a web page, as well as lots of different types of media. For example, holding up today something around the use of using cannabis and getting into the car. These pieces are both small in nature so that we can share them with the dispensaries so that they can educate their clients who come in to purchase, and a larger portion that it can be used in community and is utilized in the schools and community prevention. In addition, we have a contract with a local marketing firm called Keehan and Partners, and they work on two different messages which focus on the use of using if you are pregnant and waiting, and using if you are breastfeeding and waiting, because a lot of the community does not understand that cannabis does cross the blood-brain barrier and can affect your baby whether you are pregnant or breastfeeding. And again, that is part of social marketing and giveaways to the community. We try to utilize them with our parents in a variety of manners, maybe through WIC, through our community clinics, and through offices that handle mommies who are expecting. And if you wish to speak to Sun Street, they're here in the chambers as well.
Well, thank you. And I think I understand that I understand that those funds are currently tied up in contract and would be delayed. But I'm saying is if we're looking at what is critical to the cannabis program, I'm not talking about just delaying out those contracts. I'm talking about what level of education would be considered essential in a community that that has a cannabis program, because what's being proposed is to eliminate all of those funds into the future as not being essential to the cannabis program, if I'm understanding the staff report correctly.
Okay, so what I'm hearing, you want me to keep? Okay.
So let's get clarification. If cannabis staff can clarify what would in the future, what in outgoing future years, what are we recommending as essential education and prevention for a cannabis related program?
Okay, I'm kind of confused on the question. So I think you're
Joanne,
asking me, Supervisor, are you asking me to give you an opinion on what should be an essential cannabis education program within the county? Is that the question?
Right. So I'm asking, I think,
Mhm.
Joanne and the cannabis
Yes.
program staff, what they're recommending into the future for funding for cannabis education and prevention. And then I'm saying, if that number is 0, I don't believe that's sufficient. It's currently
I
at
don't
200.
believe that's the case.
Okay, maybe let's get clarification on that point then.
So Supervisor Askew, the position has not been eliminated. The funding, the non-staff funding was eliminated. And I just want to say, and I know that all the board understands this. This is a very difficult decision for the program to identify positions that need to be reduced. And so you look at the overall program and what is important right now for the program, it's exactly what some of the public comment has said. It is to transition these operators to state annual licensure so that they can become sustainable in our county. And so in doing that, a lot of that relates to regulatory and compliance. And so the program has already reduced 2 staff positions from compliance, which will impact that process. To further look down the list and to figure out which position, which staff person should be reduced from the program, that is a challenging one. And so in challenging times, unfortunately, you're trying to look at where can you make those recommendations. Now, I will say this, we are involved with a state grant that does do some of the educational outreach. I know that Michelle is applying for another grant that is going to enhance that effort as well. We are in a very tough spot right now where the operators are struggling, and struggling is just a very mild word. So if they don't have the dollars to pay the tax revenue and we need to reduce the program is looking at which areas could be reduced without impacting the core functions. Of course, you're not going to look at those that collect the tax dollars. You're not going to look probably at the sheriff's office and the DA that are really working hard to control the unlicensed cannabis.
And my answer is, why not? And why not look at your own department? I mean, why not look at reduction in the DA and some of the other ones? If everybody's taking a hit, why isn't it 20% across the board hit?
And I'll just take it back to my line of questioning. So when I read the staff report on page 2, we're talking about fully eliminating the youth prevention non-staff allocation and the public awareness non-staff allocation, which is currently funded at $225,000. And I'll acknowledge that maybe that is, as we're talking about reducing everything, maybe there is a smaller amount that meets the prevention and education functions that are needed on an ongoing basis, but I'm not comfortable taking that number to 0. And while I appreciate that there are core functions of the cannabis program, fundamentally, we can't just say that enforcement is the only core function. I'm not in a position to be able to agree to a full elimination of those those services. I see, Elsa, maybe you can, but so my question, restate all. So my question back to the cannabis staff was, am I reading this correctly? Because Supervisor Adams is saying no, but when I read it, I'm reading that we are talking about into the future a full elimination of the youth prevention non-staff allocation and the public awareness non-staff allocation once these contracts are completed.
If I, so Supervisor asked you if I could just make one comment. When we looked at the reduction of the 225,000, we knew that the grant was still in place. We also knew that that Michelle is applying for another grant. So those were the considerations that were being used. For the other positions, there wasn't any alternative dollars where we could say that, yes, this is part of, this could be part of the overall funding.
If I may,
thank you.
through the chair, I would, sorry, I couldn't jump in earlier. I'm multitasking here. This is Elsa Jimenez with the Health Department. I am very concerned about the elimination or even proposed reduction in public health prevention strategies. Cannabis is in our community, and so we need to do every effort that we can to assure that people know about when it can be used, not be used, make sure that pregnant women, lactating women are not using it, making sure we work with our youth to ensure that youth are aware of the possible repercussions with an early initiation. And so I'm very concerned. We're basing reductions on possible monies that could be coming in, which there is no guarantee. If we are going, let's learn from the tobacco industry. And in terms of just the repercussions that we are dealing with now because of people not being informed and making an informed decision if they were to choose to initiate tobacco use. We invited cannabis into our community. I think the right thing to do for the safety and security of our public is to make sure that at the same time we are funding at an appropriate level, and I would even argue the level that we are funding now is insufficient to be able to assure that our community is well informed regarding early initiation in utilization of cannabis for themselves, for their community and their household, etc. So I would implore the board to consider assuring that if we're going to implement cannabis in our community, that we need to appropriately fund prevention strategies.
Elsa, your understanding is that at the completion of the grants that are currently in place, the contracts that are currently in place, that the proposal before us would eliminate county contributions of cannabis dollars to prevention activities moving forward.
That is my understanding, particularly when you couple that with the reduction in the amount of money that is supposed to be coming in through taxation. I don't know how you bring it back once you eliminate it if the amount of money being received is equal to or less than what the existing program level is. That is my understanding, that the proposal is to completely eliminate it starting this fiscal year.
Okay, thank you. That's what I'm just trying to make sure I'm very clear about. And I do have concerns about that. Those are my concerns at this point. I will allow the conversation to continue.
I appreciate your digging into this like you did, Wendy. I think it's important for us to have complete understanding of what it is that we're talking about. I'm also conscious of the $5 million that we have in the cannabis assignment account, that if some of the grants didn't come through, we may be able to use some of the assignment money that is raised from cannabis to fund those programs. Other board members that wish to comment on this at this point? Yes, Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, I don't agree with the selection and how it's been made. You know, and I've been saying for a long time, I think the program, the total, I'm not talking about the cannabis program in particular, but the total thing, when we got 25.5 full-time employees devoted to enforcement, and I think everybody ought to take a hit. And in the proposed, the cannabis program still has 1.5 million in it, including the cannabis authority that everybody says, well, we got to have, but that's 204,000. The program contingency on enforcement is 236,000. Program contingency outside consultant, that is 265,000. And I know the DA isn't going to be happy, but I mentioned before when we were looking for cuts, why couldn't we take some cut in the DA's office, especially when they have a civil suit against someone, they get they get whatever judgment they got, and that doesn't come back to the general fund. I think we can cut the sheriff's department some. So I disagree with the way we did it. I think there's a lot more we can get out of there. Just the things I just throwing out. I think you can get a $500,000 out of there, but all the departments should take a hit. If this thing's going down and this industry, we got less people to enforce since some of them are going out of business. So I think we need to take a big cut, but I disagree with the cuts they're taking. And I do agree that we always said we weren't going to take the other agencies or other departments that were getting monetary support out of this, that we'll have to find some other source. Maybe they say TOT this next year will be a better source of income, and that may be something where we can look at as a funding source.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. Other comments from the board before I take it out to the public?
I'm happy to make a few comments, Madam Chair. This is Supervisor Lopez. I think we got a great conversation, maybe lost our lane a little bit in terms of what we're trying to target here, and I appreciate the back and forth. I agree with Supervisor Askew that retaining a certain amount of funding for education is appropriate, and it should be called out specifically as a priority moving forward when money does come back as well to be augmented. I agree with that. We also know a big lesson for me with First Five, when you make yourself reliant on a tax source that inevitably will be reduced, you end up in a position where you have to make tough calls, and that's what we're doing today. I've been dealing with that with 2 years as our part of our strategic plan at First Five to try to find those long-term solutions. And I know that when we made the decision to fund those positions outside of the actual focus of cannabis with this funding, I was a no vote on that based on that concern, knowing that we would end up in that position someday. Honestly, I thought it would be 10 years down the road, 15 years down the road, but the cycle of this has been much faster than I think than any of us anticipated. I agree that at some point, fair banking, as was mentioned earlier, will pass. And when that happens, there'll be a second small boom, and it'll be an opportunity for our community. And inevitably that will crash too, because farmers are really good at growing products. That's what they do. And this is no different than that, in that putting a plant in the ground or in substrate and creating a product, we do really well here in this valley. And so there will be additional cycles, booms, and busts. And the big picture here that I see is creating some sort of sustainability at a point that, as we see here, is tied back to a base. And that base is the tax rate in item 7. So my hope in having both the presentations before we make a vote was to try to draw that connection between the two. This is hard. This is not easy, and this is not the type of conversation that we want to have when we run for office. These are the tough decisions that are part of that sausage making that we're up here doing in person. For me, I understand where the different points of view are coming from, where we need to share the pain, where the concerns about cutting some of those commitments that we've made previously, even though they're outside the department. I hear you and I see those. I'm just hoping we can come to agreement today to move forward in a way that at least long-term starts putting us on a path for success. And I do think that there is a backfall on this question on 6, and that is the $5 million in the cannabis fund at this point. I'm going to be honest, I don't know that the tax rate that we're setting is going to make us break even, because I can't predict what's going to happen in this industry. But I do, in my core, feel that there's going to be additional closures and business losses in the coming months and years. If this industry doesn't see some sort of a major turn in Congress, we know we're going to be dealing with a split Congress with the House controlled by one side and the Senate by the other, which makes it less likely that we see that in the next 2 years. That's the political reality looking forward. And so, given all those moving parts and pieces, I'm supportive of what's in front of us today for the reductions, but I can commit to continue to work on this, especially through committee. We know that the 3rd district at this point, as part of our committee assignments, continues to have a seat on that committee, and I will continue to work on this. I don't think that it's perfect, but we've pushed this almost to the end of the year here, and it's going to be really tough if we don't make some decisions today. And I get that it's not perfect, but I do think it's there. We've made some strong efforts to move towards much better, and that's, I think, what we're all going for at the end of the day. So given what's in front of us today, I'm hoping that we can support both items, but I know we still have to go to the public, Madam Chair, so I'll go ahead and turn back the microphone to you.
Thank you very much. And now I'll go to Aaron Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How do I say this? I agree with everything everybody has said. When I look at Supervisor Ruud Askey's comments, obviously we need prevention. We need it funded. And, you know, what strikes me the most about that particular issue is that cannabis 6 or 7 years ago didn't bring this problem to our county. It's always been here. And so I do see that as a general fund type of issue. And the question is, what did we do before that point? You know, as an industry, we acknowledge the fact that we need to account for the dialogue and protection of minors in this process. And we continue to take that stance. So whether it's funded here or whether it's funded in the general fund is really up to you. And you know, I think we're getting a glimpse into the difficulty of your positions and the budgetary type of role that you play. You know, when we look at these issues, I don't think we're qualified to tell you exactly who you should hire and fire and how you should go about it. But one thing's for certain, a couple things are for certain. One is I think you'll have to make mid-year adjustments anyways. We have a funding source that is being cut dramatically just by the market. So I would just ask that you take measures today that assure that the tax issue is addressed primarily. We're happy to give our input on how the program is run and where some efficiencies are. But I think it's a more global discussion amongst you between the cannabis fund and the general fund, to be honest with you. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Aaron. Okay, and the next person that we have up, I lost my list here.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Adams. Well, Bob Roach, MCCIA. Well, don't be short-sighted here. I mean, to the extent you collapse this industry to nothing, you're not going to have any future tax dollars for health or any other good works. And I can also agree with what people said. And Supervisor Phillips, I think you're right. This could have been done differently. Law enforcement people are very expensive. They get their settlements. They get but this represents the best effort of your very competent staff. And time is very short. So I support the staff recommendation. But I think 2023 is going to be a transitional year for licenses. And after the change to annual licensing, you need to look around and see what size this program should be, what level of regulatory services are needed, likely to be much smaller. I think ultimately this should be a $2 to $3 million regulatory expense as things settle down. In the future, we're going to be looking at some revisions to the county ordinances. I mean, that's a project that's been on the back burner because staff keeps having these fires to put out, and we can't go back and just, revise the ordinances where they need to be improved and eliminate some of the regulatory overload and make it better for the county and for our industry. So those are my comments. I'm supporting the plan that's been put forth today. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. And now we have Jake. You need to unmute Jake. There we go.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams. I missed most of the call. I was just at my son's review. He's a 3-year-old, but I missed most of it. I caught the beginning. I have 3 major points, and probably a bit off topic for what has been said in the meantime. But over the CCA taxation and just regulatory logic and leadership, CCA data is worthless, and it's been a complete waste of hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's been pushed so the cannabis program manager and treasury tax collector can add a board assignment to the resume. Hence why they've lacked the critical view of an expensive program that has received 0 positive feedback. It's been abandoned by other jurisdictions, and general consensus from industry is it's worthless. The program and board making up taxation strategies for commodities on the fly, I think, will go down as poor choice of policy structuring in the history books. This industry is not currently profitable and operating below marginal cost of production, and will need to raise money to continue operations. Monterey County moving to close down operations due to overtaxation and continue to levy the highest cost of all major counties to do business will not help attract and keep operators or jobs. I believe the county will not get close to recovering program costs of approximately $200,000 per staff member, in my opinion. At this point, it would be best for operators to dissolve their current business structures and look to recapitalize without the current liabilities many of these businesses have been encumbered with through slow responsiveness of regulation and policy leadership. The biggest casualty here being farm worker jobs and good year-round ag jobs that could have been created. I think Supervisor Lopez's position is the most logical, and any reduction will be appreciated by whatever operators are left. And I look to reorganize, but the rate should be reduced to 0 until stabilization has occurred. This is the option that would keep the maximal amount of jobs. Any other decision will create a delta in that decision. Monterey County's program reactiveness instead of proactive leadership has been needed to make the program successful. It is one of the most expensive programs out there. All farmers and operators have said this for years now, to which has fallen on deaf ears. And now the chickens have finally come home to roost.
Thank you, Jake. And now I'll go back to Patrick Orozco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to repeat much of what Aaron said. I think that all the points raised by all the county supervisors are entirely valid. I don't want to see my kids, susceptible to this influence, just like anyone else. In this case, I think that we're faced with the reality that we need to prioritize progress and perhaps not perfection. During the time that this issue has been debated, over several months, many jobs have been lost. Had we established a lower initial tax base years ago, perhaps some of those thousands jobs that have been identified would still be in place. So I would encourage you to take action. Certainly there are things that we would like to see improved on either end. But at the end of the day, we just need to remind you that this is not a bluff. These businesses are on the brink, and I'll end with a adage that my dad used, which was 100% of nothing is nothing. So if we kill the operators that are capable of paying, whether now or into the future, we all lose, and they're not going to come back. So I appreciate all the commentary and opportunity to speak this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. It's sort of like the goose. Don't kill the goose who lays the golden egg. Michelle Hackett.
Okay, I promise to keep my comments very brief. As we've obviously chewed over this issue for what feels like months and months and months, one thing I just want to point out is, as we know, 35 business closures, 9 in this fiscal year. I feel like that number is low, but let me just point out that there's no cost recovery for those that have filed bankruptcy. That money unfortunately is not going to be collected. So please remember that the decisions that you are making affect the maybe 10 to 12 of us that are in survival mode, that will at one point be able to hopefully provide you again 10, 20, $30 million in future fiscal years. So these decisions, I know that it's frustrating for both the industry and the board to come back to this time and time again, but whatever decision, if it is come to today, it's going to greatly affect the few of us that are in that survival. We are at the finish line of the year, coming into full compliancy next year, hundreds of thousands of dollars into these properties. Keep the 5 or 10 of us, please, in business. Let's come to a reasonable resolution, please, today, because we too want to get to, whether it be a payment plan or a partial down payment, we want to start working down these taxes. We want to stay in good standing, because this is it. This is the final showdown. We are left here to survive and make these businesses work. That's the commitment we've made, or else the few of us that are speaking up time and time again wouldn't be here. So I'm sorry, this was a longer comment than I anticipated, but please be thoughtful today in your decision, because it greatly affects the success of us in this upcoming year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Is there anyone in chambers who would like to come forward and speak?
Yes, you have a few folks.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maria Camacho. I'm with Sun Street Center, South County. I work with youth, parents, to educate them in prevention. And I think it's very important to educate our community, our kids. These are our kids that we live with, our families live with. And, a lot of them, they don't know that the negative effects that marijuana has. A lot of them believe still that marijuana is legal. They don't understand that it's not legal for underage. Others believe that it's not bad because it's a plant. How bad could it be? And then others believe that, this is going to help them. It's going to help them fix their problems. Just 3 weeks ago, I presented to fifth graders. Fifth graders, these are 10-year-old kids. And one of them said, my brother handed me a vape pen and I used it. We are talking about, this is not just for, teens. We're talking about this is affecting even elementary level. So we're here to ask that this is really important, because this is going to affect our kids, our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Camacho.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Katia Lainez Gutierrez, and I am a program manager in the Peninsula with the Prevention Department. I have been advocating for many, many, many years, since I was 15. I'm 24 now. And this is the same issue that we're having reoccurring. Students are accessing these products even before it was legal, back before the decision was made back in a couple years ago. I work mainly in the Peninsula now, and there are so many students that cannot even tell you what THC is, cannot tell you the difference between THC and CBD, cannot tell you the legal age to smoke. Students, and not just, like Maria mentioned, not just high school, but elementary school students. When Michelle House talked about drug driving, there were a couple of chuckles in this room, and it's funny up until it's your own daughter. It's funny up until it's your own son. It's funny up until it's your own sibling that gets in an accident because they didn't know the consequences of driving under the influence of cannabis. So again, I please, ask of you to rethink certain decisions that can affect your community, right? The people that voted for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gutierrez.
Good afternoon. My name is Reina Calam, the Director of our Prevention Services with Sun Street Centers. And today we're here to bring about some of the information that we see when we're doing the education throughout the community. We have sites in the Peninsula, Salinas, and in the South County region. And, some of our managers, coordinators here today, some of them had to leave because it took a little longer, but we're all able to see the effect of education, the positive outcomes that we see throughout every presentation that we do, every training that we do, every conversation that we have, and every activity that we do with the funds that are provided with us through the public health department. So today I'm going to be reading off, hopefully I have enough time, a letter from our students, our Safe Teens Empowerment Project in Salinas, South County and the Peninsula that wrote, they couldn't be here today, but wanted to have their voice heard. So dear Monterey County Board of Supervisors, cannabis education is important because it's very common among youth. Most youth are consuming cannabis without knowing what it can do to their body. If more youth knew what cannabis use does to their body, they would not be using it in the first place. The thing I see in my community is that a lot of minors, like the ones in high school, already have access to alcohol and other substances. This education is important because we want to prevent youth from dying by providing facts about youth smoking. Some stuff I see in the community is the use of drugs in public places like school restrooms, public parks, and around town. This makes everyone else not feel comfortable in their surroundings as they should be. Without funding to support these education programs, we would not have resources to educate the community about the dangers of using substances. Our society would not be safe for all the younger generations. Sincerely, Safe Teens Empowerment Project in Salinas Peninsula in South County, and we have the youth name signed on here for each of the school representatives. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for bringing that letter forward and for your time.
Hello, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is Kendra Howell with Salinas Valley Memorial Healthcare System and Blue Zones Project for Monterey County. And I know you have a very difficult decision today, and at the same time supporting an industry that is a big part of our economic family here in Monterey County. But when Blue Zones first started working with the health department and our partners of Sun Street Centers back in 2018, when we started the project, we knew that tobacco education was going to be important for our youth, and certainly vaping education was important. But I didn't realize how important the cannabis education piece was. And we've been so grateful to be able to learn from the health department and Sun Street Centers and the other advocates in this county about the importance of continuing that education. So I'm here today to request that you maintain the funding allocation for that education and certainly keep it in the future. I think that it is different than it was before the industry legalized in California. I think we're faced with a lot more product, a lot more misinformation, and a lot more opportunity for education. We use tobacco funds for education. I think it's appropriate to use some cannabis funds for education when they're available. And again, I know you have a difficult decision today, but thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you very much for being with us, Kendra.
Hi, good afternoon. Michelle House again, Monterey County Public Health. I am the program supervisor for cannabis as well as other programs. So a couple of things I want to share with you is we do have a grant, and that grant ends this coming fiscal year, and I have reapplied. I think it's really important to understand that grant funding is competitive, meaning I could get funded and I might not be funded. So if you take this money off the table and I don't get funded for next year, I have no money on the table to do any of the work that you're hearing about. So as you have heard from Sun Street, they are paid directly from this tax dollar that is the $225 to do the education in the schools. And as you have heard, I am funded to do additional work that is not in the schools, but for our youth that have been arrested and are in the courts. And the work that is paid for through Prop 64 is to help with Sun Street to do a different type of work, but not the education that you're hearing about in the schools. So I do want to make that point, that if this money's taken off the table and we don't get funded, there will be no education or prevention for our children and our youth. And I will just close by saying, I have been in public health for over 30 years. This is the community that I am born and raised in, and I returned home to finish my career in the very community that I grew up in. These are your children, my children. I have a child still in high school, and this means the world to me that we can work together with the industry and in education and do the work to prevent the outcomes that we don't want to see for our young people and our future moms in our community. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Michelle. Is there anyone else? I see no one else, and I am not seeing any other hands raised except Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, well, Chris, why don't you make a motion about your proposed reduction in the tax rate and maybe we could adopt these reduction and things with, it looks like the health department is taking a bigger hit than any of the other departments, and maybe we put that off or to analyze it more, or we don't take as big a hit as we're proposing. But does that make any sense, Chris?
Yeah, so unless there's other comments, I would propose a motion. I just want to check with council. I can only make a motion on one at a time, or can I go across the board here?
I believe it would be appropriate to make a consolidated motion on both items since we've had the hearing on both items.
Okay, thank you. So given what's in front of us, I would go ahead and move that we accept staff's recommendation for the reductions that they've laid out, but with a clarification on the health department funding. Their request was to leave it to the end of the year, but I think we should leave it through the end of the year, and I think we should leave it there, but with a commitment to revisit how we structure this to make sure that long-term it is funded. I think that commitment needs to be made as part of this motion. So from where, obviously, I think it should be from cannabis. And so we need to, as we assess this rate for the first time, since we're doing this at the end of the year, as long as we commit to a reassessment of the figure, we can make sure that that's built into the next number. And so I'm committing to that and asking that the motion be clear on that fact. And so accepting, again, staff's recommendation on the reductions with that clarification on funding for the health department's awareness programs that were laid out for us today. And moving forward, the tax rate to be reduced to the figure as stated by staff earlier, with commitment to continue to work on a sliding scale so that when the industry prospers again, which it will, we will as well, and be able to fund more of these programs long term. Am I missing any questions, Joanne?
But you were also talking about maximum of modifications twice a year on the.
Correct, with a twice a year.
That would be in the sliding scale research, correct?
Correct. Joanne?
Payment plan.
And so then accepting staff's recommendation on the payment plan as well, with the movement of the date from December 31st to January 31st.
Okay.
And that would be the motion, unless there's any further clarification needed for staff.
I'm happy to second that motion. Yes, Supervisor would ask.
I do have a clarification. So that leaves us with a 675,000. What is the general fund, the portion of non-cannabis? Sorry, I've got it moved around. $877,668 hole that has no funding source for it until we're able to handle the general fund discussion. What are we proposing for that? Are we saying that would come from cannabis assignment until such time that we are able to review that as part of our budget process?
I think we've also heard that there's a $17 million surplus in TOT. So I'd want to leave the options open for staff, and perhaps those options could come to us as part of next week's year-end review of our budget. I'll look to staff committee members for that.
I would agree with you on that, Chris, rather than our time to determine from where the additional funding should come. The budget department decides that and makes recommendations to us.
Okay, so I think what I'm just saying is that we're making a decision right now that's going to leave us, and we think there's some TOT that's coming in higher, but this is an immediate mid-year budget hole of almost $900,000 that
we don't think there is a $17 million surplus of TOT from what was put into the budget, and we'll see that next week during the budget.
Right. No, I mean, we've talked about this at budget committee, but there's also a number of other costs. It's
Right.
not just in isolation. So we're
Right.
being asked though, without any of that information right now, to make a decision that leaves us with a $900,000 hole in our budget in the current fiscal year. So I guess there's a number, there's none of this is perfect. And I get that. I just needed to be, I just think it's really important that we're making really big decisions. I feel like the way that this was presented left a lot of really big holes that we are being asked to handle, which is what we're here to do. But that, just to clarify that. And then Chris, the other clarification that I have on your motion, would you be, given the reality that we all expect there to be defaults and that we've already had defaults on our the tax payments, would you be willing to consider adding in an additional 25% contingency for default so that the tax rate would account for some figure of anticipated defaults in the coming year?
I'd meet you. I'd go a little further than halfway, and maybe 15%. 25 seems high.
All right, 15%.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay.
So bumping those rates that are proposed by 15% as a buffer.
To account for the anticipated defaults. And then just to be clear, on the health department, you're talking about fully funding the 2 youth prevention and the public awareness non-staff allocations, but allowing the elimination of the 0.25 environmental health specialist and the 1.0 FTE environmental health specialist.
Correct. That's
okay. I just want to make
right.
sure I understand. Thank you.
Sorry.
Could you please explain, Chris, the 15% that you just agreed to?
Yeah, so the 15% would be taking the rates that have been proposed in the structure as laid out by staff and adding 15% at each one of those different steps as part of a buffer in case that we see additional losses of businesses. And I'm going to go to Joanne, who's raising her hand, if that's okay, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So just so I'm clear, the board is going to vote on approving the rates, but plus 15% for each type. And then the question is, when they become effective, can they be retroactive to July 1st? Because again, this all goes into the payment plan. We need to understand when the rate changes. And from what I understand, and I believe the tax office is still on the call, there would be no credits. There would be no refunds if you did it back to retro July 1. But, that was her.
Mary Zeeb.
Yeah, Mary Zeeb, Treasurer Tax Collector. Yeah, I'm not keen on retroactive through a quarter that many operators have already paid, and there would in fact be refunds. We collected at the 321 current rate, and so there would be some refunds for people that have paid. Thank you.
Is that a policy question? Or was
sorry.
that the clarification you needed?
It was a clarification.
Besides the start date.
Yes,
Okay.
besides the start date. And then can she pull up slide 16 for you?
Sure.
Recommendation D.
So what are we pending? The question on start date?
The start date of the payment plan?
No, of the
Yes,
new
start
tax
date.
structure.
Yes, correct. And then D.
I'll look to my colleagues. I know Supervisor Alejo has his hand up.
Okay.
Thank you.
So hang on. So you were talking about D. I don't know. I thought.
So I did state that earlier. It wasn't necessarily part of the motion, but the D is consider identifying other funding sources to pay for the cannabis program costs if commercial cannabis business tax collections are found to be insufficient. So to clarify, I would be supportive of looking at the cannabis account should that occur. But again, we are building in a buffer at this point.
Okay. So but going back to
I'll make that part of the
retroactivity.
motion.
Okay, that sounds great. I've got that in here too. But going back to
Start date. I think start date was the other question, and I look to hear from my colleagues on that. I don't have the strongest opinion on that. I'd love to hear from them.
So Supervisor Alejo, your hand is up on a question that Chris has brought forward.
Nope, I have a question on something else.
Let's see if we can straighten out Chris's question first. No.
Okay, so then to the question of start date, I'm almost more comfortable going this day forward. I mean, stepping back to July and dealing with refunds and repayments, I think is extremely complicated. So,
Agreed.
So we would make it effective December 7th.
first quarter of 23, right? Is that?
For January. And Mary, what would that do to you?
If we start it at the beginning of a quarter, that's perfect. So beginning January of 2023.
Okay. And then we don't have to do anything retroactive. Okay, Supervisor Phillips?
Agreed, yeah.
Okay, great. Any other comments on this? So let's go see what Supervisor
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So I think, from my perspective, I think we also need to address item B as in boy. And is there direction to come back, next week as part of the budget year-end report to get recommendation on how to fund those non-cannabis programs? Is it to use the cannabis assignment? Is it to ask departments to absorb for the rest of the fiscal year and then put in budget augmentations as part of the next fiscal year budget process? Is it to use the transient occupancy tax or some other source? I think it would be good for the overall county to understand the board's direction on the non-cannabis funded
So
positions.
Charles, would that not be something that we would view during the year-end budget hearing and have the budget department give direction to us or give, options for us to look at rather than our trying to make decisions on the fly?
Well, I think that was one of the ideas for this board report here and presentation was for the board to give some direction there. I know that the budget team did provide some recommendations at the cannabis committee. I think it was to use the transient occupancy tax. And so it's up for your board's consideration today. And I think Supervisor Lopez suggested that it could come back next week at the budget year-end report for the budget team, not to give direction as they might like to, but actually to give some options.
And Ezekiel did clarify he did not make a recommendation. So he got his hand up. I'll let him.
Yeah, his hand is up, but he did not make that recommendation.
Okay, so that may have been an option that he made.
But he didn't like that suggestion. Okay, Ezekiel.
I've been waiting to have my hand up, Madam Chair.
Right, but is this still not on the same subject that we were trying to figure out Chris's issue? And then we would come back are you weighing in on this subject now?
It's related to what Charles just said, but I don't know. I can't speak to whatever Mr. Vega is going to say.
Okay, why don't we hear him and then I'll come directly to you, Luis. Okay, Ezekiel?
Yes, so what I heard from Supervisor Lopez right now on his motion is that he is willing to look at the cannabis assignment to fund those positions for the current fiscal year. That's what I understood when he was clarifying his points. I may be wrong on that. Now, if that wasn't an option of what he actually recommended in his motion, what we could do is consider that funding those positions for the remainder of the year using cannabis assignment, because that was the intent of the board when the board adopted the budget to use cannabis funds for this. And then as part of the overall county budget conversation for fiscal year 24, we could bring a plan overall as to how those positions are funded or those costs are funded on an ongoing basis. I think that is something that you could consider as a whole.
That makes sense to me. Chris, what is your take on that?
I'm good with that, but
Great.
I would like to hear from Luis. I know
Great. Okay, Luis.
Yeah, well, first of all, people act like the increase in TOT tax is available without taking into account that we have a lot of other increases countywide. First of all, I think this at the end of this year we barely came out just a little over. It was a small amount over budget, but it wasn't much. And we do have challenging fiscal years ahead of us. But I think with changes that were made to this proposed formula, it needs to be clarified, put on paper, and for us to be able to vote perhaps next Tuesday on it. I don't know if I'm able to vote for it today. I want to be supportive as much as possible to the industry, but it's frustrating for me that we give direction and then staff do bring something completely different from what we directed them to do at last month's meeting. And it would have been helpful, for example, on both charts that were attached. There's on attachment B, there was the proposed cannabis program reduction in force. And obviously the discussion that just took place regarding the youth prevention program, obviously that's agreeable and that's a small amount. But on these other positions, it would have been important to know which ones are filled. I think I asked for this last time and I stated it. It makes it easier for me to say, yes, agree to these reductions because they're not currently filled by anybody. And out of these positions, how many can shift through other existing funding so that that person is not given a pink slip? For example, last meeting, they said there might be some funding to keep some of the agricultural inspectors. But here on this chart, it could have been easily listed with another column. Is it vacant currently? Yes or no? Or in this reduction, will that person have be funded through another mechanism? That's not clear, and they make it more difficult than it needs to be, because obviously if there's vacant positions and that could save money and that could help us then reduce the taxation rate by that much more, then that would make the decision easier for me. Then we go to the second the current non-cannabis allocations paid by commercial cannabis tax revenue. That's attachment D, and that's those other 6 positions. Here again, I asked last month, out of these positions, how many are currently filled? And if they're not filled, it would be easy for me to say, yes, I would agree to those, because this is the $877,000. If they're currently not being filled, I could agree, let's no longer fund those, and then we could reduce the tax by that amount. But without having that information, for me, it's difficult to say, should we reduce it by that amount or not? What I'm concerned about is that when we push these current non-cannabis allocations that were being paid by cannabis, and now we're saying, let's push them out to somewhere else and let's get money from another part of our budget, that's taking away resources from other needs the county has. And now we're subsidizing with whether it's general fund, whether it's a cannabis assignment account, whether it's TOT tax. Now we're subsidizing what used to be paid by cannabis by other existing funds, even though there's other needs that we have, and even though we have some challenging fiscal years ahead of us. So that's where I asked for this information last time. It could have been easily provided in these charts, and staff make this more difficult for me and for the public to understand which ones what positions are we exist, or which positions are we now going to shift and taking money from other pots that exist in the county. And so I asked a question at the beginning of the meeting. I still haven't had got an answer yet today by staff, and that's why I might be unable to support this motion today. But I have expressed staff what would make me get there, and the information I've repeatedly asked for continues to not be provided. Thank you.
Supervisor, I do believe that Kim is here with a response on that first question about filled positions. And so, not to step on your toes, Chair, but maybe we could ask her to respond.
Thank you very much, Chris. Kim, are you there?
Yes. Good afternoon, Chair Adams and members of the board. If I'm understanding the question correctly, it's about the positions, the cannabis funded positions first, and then the others after. So the cannabis positions, some of them are filled, but the majority, they are finding or alternative funding in order to keep the positions whole. There's only one that is actually going to be eliminated, and that's the code compliance inspector. However, they have a vacancy that they're going to offer to the remaining code compliance inspectors to fill the vacancy. So that's truly the only position that's going to go away. The rest are going to find alternative funding.
Great. That's the answers I'm looking for. So let's go to the other one then. Thank you.
Are you?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Little sidebar
so
here.
On the others, I had done research on the others. The ones in public facilities and parks, I'm doing this off the top of my head. The park ranger, the building and grounds worker, and the park services aide. At the time that I looked into it, none of those had been filled, and there were no current recruitments. There was 2 other positions. I think the public guardian administrator is filled. And I don't have it in front of me, the rest of that at the moment. My apologies.
The other one was the Veterans Administration.
That is also filled. Thank you so much. That is also filled.
Health office assistants.
Oh, the office assistant too, there are vacancies. So the MVAO is filled, the public guardian is filled, the office assistant too. There are multiple vacancies. The park ranger, the grounds worker, and the park aide, as I mentioned, are all currently vacant.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
So Madam Chair, on that, you see, it makes it easier for me, like those other positions that are unfilled, which are most of them, except the public guardian and the veterans, because I know that was a big commitment to give them that. I would certainly work to make sure we fund those, but that's only 2 positions. And then obviously it's the street signs, it's a small amount. And then the District 3 office space is another very small amount. What about the OES departmental status? That's an ongoing obligation, I think, was to
So
make.
it's on the agenda in a few minutes.
Okay, got it. So even on this list of items, I'm more concerned about the public guardian and then the veterans issue to make sure that those are properly funded, and it makes this decision on these proposed non-cannabis allocations much easier. So I appreciate the clarification, but if this would have made it easier from the beginning had it just been included in these charts. Thank you.
So Chris, we have a motion.
Yeah, so we have the motion and we have a second. Staff's written down the different components of that. Are there any questions to what the motion is from either staff or other supervisors? Staff is shaking their head no.
Okay, and I don't think I'm not seeing any other supervisor raising their hand. Nor
It would just be what we just ended with. If we support this motion, how are we going to come back on dealing with the future funding of the public guardian and then the MVAO representative?
Mr. Vega, would you like to repeat that again?
Yes, my recommendation was that the board could decide to fund those positions using cannabis assignment for the remainder of this year, and then have a conversation as to the future funding as part of the overall budget presentation to the board as we look at fiscal year 24.
Thank you.
And when will that decision be made? Would that come to us next week?
The cannabis assignment decision you can make today, and the decision about the ongoing funding for fiscal year 24 will be as part of the budget process. So the initial presentation to the board will be in April when you receive information about the overall preliminary baseline submissions that the department has provided, and then through the overall budget hearings.
So Supervisor Lopez, would we be able to include in the motion to continue to fund these positions at least till the end of the fiscal year, until we could relook at the entire budget in June and vote on it? Would we include the motion to continue to fund public guardian and the veterans position with the cannabis assignment account?
Yes, I'll include that as part of the motion as long as the second carries.
Yep.
I don't care how we do it, but
Yeah.
I just want to look to the budget director to see whether that's what his recommendation is. And then I want to go to Wendy. So Ezekiel, would your recommendation be that we, stop the funding stream that is now covering the public guardian and the veterans, and flip it to the contingent, the cannabis assignment account, or continue as it is because the funding is there?
based on the motion that has been made by Supervisor Lopez, my recommendation will be that you continue to fund those positions that were identified as non-cannabis that are about 877,000, using cannabis assignment for the remainder of the fiscal year, and look at those positions that are actually filled, all those actually will incur a cost, and then review what the need may be for next fiscal year as part of the overall county process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and then Supervisor Askey.
Yeah, and just to be clear, that wouldn't only be those two positions. It would be any of those currently funded to include the District 3 office space allocation and the elimination of racist street names for communities that so choose that we got funded in the current budget cycle. I would need all of that to be included for continuation through the end of the year so that it could be considered as part of a overall budget discussion for next year's budget.
I like my office in Greenfield, so I'll include that as part of the motion.
It's only about 50,000.
Well, then are we
19.
keeping the OAS department in there as well?
Well, I think that's it. We can take that as a question as part of the next item as presented, then the question will be source of funding. So at this point, I think that's the question that will be in front of us.
Correct.
Right.
So I think the whoever made the second, if they're good with including those 4 items to be funded through the end of the year through the cannabis assignment account.
That was Supervisor Adams, Chair Adams.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, let's get it done.
Let's get it done. Thank you. Then I'm good.
Okay, so could we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Lejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Askew.
I'm not good at all, but I really appreciate the collaborative motion building on this. And so I will support the group effort and vote aye.
Thank you. And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. Very painful. But we have completed items number 6, item number 7. We now go to item number 8. And this will be an interesting discussion. Receiving a report concerning the Sheriff's Office oversight options and providing direction to staff as appropriate. Supervisor Lejo, is that a legacy hand?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. We will move forward with item number 8. And then after that, we had items number 9, 9.1, and a variety of others. Here we go. Thank you very much. And now, I'm not sure who's leading us in the discussion.
Yeah, so we have Chief Assistant County Counsel Susan Blitch here to present item number 8.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. As Charles indicated, Susan Blitch, Chief Assistant County Counsel. Can everybody,
Make
it
sure
looks
you
like the,
Use the microphone close to the
can everybody hear me now? Yep, okay. As you indicated, the board had requested some options for sheriff
Susan,
oversight.
could you go to presentation mode? You're in outline mode. Slideshow mode.
And then.
Oh, this guy.
This one?
Yes. There you go.
Better?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. Sorry about the technical difficulties. As I indicated, the board had wanted a presentation on options for sheriff oversight under AB 1185. A little bit of the background is AB 1185 was adopted in 2020, came into effect in 2021, and is now codified in the government code. Because the office of the sheriff is constitutionally established, with specific enumerated powers. Boards of supervisors have had limited power in overseeing the conduct of the office of the sheriff. AB 1185 assists the board in its duties to supervise the official conduct of all county officers. That includes the sheriff. AB 1185 is also designed to increase transparency and community engagement. There are actually no current counties that have established an oversight body pursuant to AB 1185. Currently, Santa Cruz County and San Mateo County are working toward establishing oversight bodies pursuant to AB 1185. And my understanding is Santa Cruz just yesterday introduced an ordinance which would establish an inspector general through an ordinance. So that is occurring. AB 1185 basically has three options for oversight: an oversight board, an office of inspector general, and or a combination of the both, where you would have an inspector general and as well as an oversight body. AB 1185 also has subpoena powers where the oversight board or inspector general could subpoena various witnesses, various law enforcement officers, documents, papers, anything related to the scope of their authority to investigate or to fact find under the creation of the body. As I said, there are really three options. This gives you an idea of what kind of counties have been setting up these. For the inspector general model, as I indicated, Santa Cruz is headed that way. And there's been board direction for an RFP to find an independent police monitor to serve as an inspector general. Orange County, Sacramento, and Santa Clara have also gone the inspector general model, but they did that before the initiation or the establishment of 1185. Oversight board, San Diego County currently has a citizens law enforcement review board. There are other local cities that have some kind of community advisory board that's pretty common. But San Diego County has a formal citizens law enforcement review board. And then there are a couple counties that have an inspector general with an advisory board, Sonoma, San Francisco, and Los Angeles. Other considerations for discussion is what the board would like as far as scope of the oversight body and the goals of the oversight body. And then if you choose the inspector general model, whether that should be a contracted person or an actual employee of the county. Pros and cons to both. The pro I'd say of doing a contractor model would be that while you may have initially a lot of work, that can ebb and flow depending on what's going on in the community. And with a contracted employee, you might be able to manage the budget a bit more. There are budget implications and where the programs or whether it be an inspector general or an oversight committee, where how you would budget that is an obvious issue. I know in Santa Cruz, they decided to use general fund money to do that. I've tried to keep it short given the time of day. So with that, if there are any questions.
Chair, if I could, this is Les Gerard, County Council. I just want to point out, thank you, Susan, for that presentation. a number of the pre-1185 oversight bodies were established by charter counties, and there was litigation arising out of the San Diego County Oversight Board, which was created in San Diego County's charter, where the California Supreme Court said that charter counties have a little bit broader authority to do these types of things than general law counties. And Monterey County is a general law county, so we would have to follow the 1185 model. Thank you.
And adding to what County Council just indicated, I did look this morning to see if there were any cases concerning the subpoena power under 1185. There was only one case that looks like it has been dismissed, and that was with subpoena powers for Los Angeles County, and I presume it was dismissed because a new sheriff was elected there. So there will likely be some litigation over the scope of subpoena powers for bodies that are established under 1185.
Thank you very much, Susan. Very good report. Let me just ask a question. When you were finding out these things, was there any indication at all of what the scope of the expense would be surrounding the various approaches that we could take?
There were a wide variety of scope. I will tell you, Santa Cruz, that is going through the ordinance process right now, is pretty broad in looking at the policies and procedures of the sheriff's office, including medical contracts they have for medical care at the jail. A number of counties is very specific to complaints and reviewing citizen complaints, complaints of excessive force, that kind of scope, and doesn't really go into the actual policies and procedures of the sheriff's office. So you have the gambit, really, and the government code doesn't really, it has broad language. The only limitation it has is that you are not to interfere with investigative work of the sheriff's office, the district attorney's office, etc. So I think, as I said, there will be litigation at some point as to whether the broadness of the scope of review allowed under 1185.
Chair, I'd also point out that if an investigation pursuant to an oversight body or person might lead to discipline, that investigation has to be done pursuant to the Public Safety Officer's Bill of Rights, commonly known as POBAR. So the whichever method is chosen, the person, if Inspector General or not, would have to either have knowledge of how to do that and have training, or be trained in how to do it, so that the effort wouldn't necessarily be in vain.
Yeah, and I should say most of the bodies do not actually, they don't have the authority to discipline. That lies strictly with the sheriff, but they can review, as Mr. Gerard indicated, what discipline occurred, but that brings up confidentiality issues. that push and pull hasn't really been vetted in the courts yet.
Thank you very much for that. And now we'll go to the board for questions. Supervisor Root Askew.
Thank you, and I'm pleased that we're having this discussion and that we can look into more specific options. We don't have, at this point, it seems like that there may be some benefit to digging in a little deeper on some of the models that are currently in place, recognizing that a number of counties prior to 1185 had put something in place. The concepts that I'm thinking of, and that as in the conversations I've had with the community that I think it might be most beneficial, would be the idea of something like what Sonoma County has with an Inspector General oversight board model, where we have some sort of citizens group that's working with a designated individual who's helping to guide and educate the folks as we move forward. The areas that I would hope that we could provide some focus in would be sort of looking at policies and procedures within the sheriff's office with an intent to increase transparency and to raise red flags in spaces where policies or practices may need to be updated or may need to be followed more appropriately. I look forward to, I think, having some ongoing conversation with the sheriff's office and with the community around what the expectation would be. But the big piece of this that I think would have proven helpful to this board last year or in this past year is the ability to have had an inspector general that we could have worked with to get some information from the sheriff's office at times when we were really struggling to navigate difficult situations and circumstances. And so at the very least, anything that we do move forward with, I would want to make sure that we have that designated authority as a board of supervisors to proceed. The legislation was really put in place as a support to support the board of supervisors in upholding our duties and authorities. So that would be my hope, that we can maybe delegate a couple board members on ad hoc committee to study this a little bit more closely and bring back some more specific cost options with different scenarios.
Thank you, Supervisor Rudowski. Is there anyone else? Supervisor Alejo, your hand is up.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I just wanted to comment that I'm open to both options, whether it's an Inspector General or the Citizens Oversight Committee. I think it was enlightening to me to hear the incoming sheriff's position that she was open to a Citizens Oversight Committee. And I think with any model that we go with, I think there still has to be some work on creating some bylaws or guidelines of how this would work, so it's clear to any participant of how this is all being created now in counties that are seeking to implement this. It's being invented now, so there's no playbook on how to do this right. But I think there does need to be some structure and guidance of how these duties will be carried out by the Citizens Committee or an Inspector General moving forward. So I look forward to taking this issue up with the new sheriff, and I just appreciate her willingness to try to do something different and for her department, but also I think that we should be strategic so that it functions the way it was truly intended in the future. Thank you.
Is there any other board member who wishes to comment? Supervisor Phillips?
Yeah, if this is the direction you wish to go, and I tell you, I bet the new sheriff, if you got the oversight committee instituted and one of you appoints someone who has an anti-law enforcement bias, I mean, they could cause real havoc, and that's the real problem that you have with an oversight committee is if you get one person on there who has a bias, and they can be having hearings about this, everything the sheriff does. And if you're going to go this way, I would encourage you to look at going with the Inspector General. I think it'd be cheaper, and you could contract it out with an experienced person who's a retired peace officer, retired police chief, other people. So,
Chair, if I may, I don't know if Sheriff-elect Nieto is on, but I believe that she is in favor of the Inspector General model.
This is Chris. I'll jump in, Madam Chair, if that's okay. I don't see her on. I was going to ask the same question. Was she with us today to just share some insights? But I'm supportive of moving forward with an ad hoc as was proposed by Supervisor. Ask you to look at some of those options and come back. But sharing that before we go to the public.
So, any other member of the board wish to comment on this at this point? Okay, great. Thank you. We'll take it out to the public. And I have one hand raised, and it says Lara.
Good afternoon. I'm like you, Mary. I'm sick, and Bernie also has the flu and is down. But good afternoon, members of the Board of Supervisors. Cesar Lara with Milpa, and I've spoken in front of you on this issue many a times, hearing from both the inmates and staff on the challenges they've had with the current sheriff, but understanding that we have a new sheriff, and I'm very happy that she got elected. But I am definitely supportive of going forward with an ad hoc committee to really look at what was looked at by other counties, but really an inspector general with an oversight, I think would be in the right direction. And if there is an oversight committee that is set up, I'll be more than happy if you could please have community members on that ad hoc committee with members of the Board of Supervisors, understanding that whatever recommendations come up will come back to you all, because once again, the sheriff is independently elected. You all are also independently elected and oversees the budget of a department. So it needs to be a partnership. And an old saying that Ronald Reagan had was trust but verify. And I think having, some kind of oversight with an inspector general is a good model, but overall supportive of the direction that hopefully the supervisors will agree on about an ad hoc committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Cesar. Is there anyone in chambers who would like to comment on this item?
There's nobody coming forward, Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, so with that, I think our action is to simply receive the report at this point. And we've heard some suggestions about an ad hoc, but I think what we'll do is wait until January to move forward with forming anything, so that we would have the benefit of the input from, at that point, our newly serving sheriff. And if everyone is in agreement with that, then we can go ahead and move forward on this. Yes, Wendy?
Just in the spirit of keeping things moving and scheduling, I would love to be able to appoint or ask that we create an ad hoc today so that we can begin meeting in January. I'd be happy to serve on that ad hoc with any other supervisor, but we've delayed over about a year on this already, and I would love to be able to get to move forward with it starting first thing in January.
I'll wait to hear what my other supervisors think, but I'm very supportive of your enthusiasm. I just feel like at this point, we don't even know what committees we're going to be serving on, and that it might be a good idea for us to take it all in one bundle rather than parsing it out, sort of piecemeal. And with that, we'd be meeting January 10th. It would be brought up then, and you'd be able to start meeting in late January if you chose to do so. So any other comments? Okay, hearing none, then we'll receive the report, and we'll look to form an ad hoc as we look at this in the beginning of the year, the first board meeting of the year. Okay? Yes or no? Okay, then we will move forward, close this item, and move on now to item 9, which is to excuse me, deal with the issues that we have regarding the Office of Emergency Services and the direction we wish to go there.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm joined this afternoon by Tracy Malfino, our interim emergency services manager, and Kim Moore, our assistant HR director, and I believe Irma Ramirez-Bao is here in the audience here. And thank you. Yes, we're here today to ask you to take several actions that we're recommending to create a Department of Emergency Management. As you know, the current situation is the Office of Emergency Services is a unit within the County Administrative Office. And there's been several occasions where we've discussed this with the board. It's been discussed as part of the budget process, and we've put together the actions that would be needed to if the board wishes to take that step, and we're recommending that you do, to create a Department of Emergency Management. And what this involves, it's an important public safety consideration, in our opinion, very important. There are 3 actions today that would be part of this. One is to take the final action to create a Director of Emergency Management position. And we're asking that you reallocate a management analyst 2 that's vacant in the department, in the unit right now, to a finance manager 1 level position, which is a higher level finance position, and also to create a reallocation of a senior secretary to an administrative secretary position. As I said, there's previous direction from the board that we bring this forward. This has been a goal of the county administrative officer for this past year. And in the budget process for the current budget, the board did authorize $190,000 augmentation from cannabis funding to fund the transition to this department status. And this has been reviewed, various components of this action have been reviewed by the budget committee on several different occasions. The importance of creating the department, we believe it's important that we really take an honest look at the complexity and severity of the kinds of disasters and emergencies that we are dealing with and that seem to be the trend. We've had severe wildfire issues, rain events, debris flow events, the COVID pandemic, of course, hazardous material issues, multiple and extended emergency operations center activations, and that flexes up the number of individuals under the direction of the emergency management function to could be in the range of 100 individuals at a full activation. Other issues that are important, FEMA reimbursements are a major issue right now in terms of the FEMA reimbursements we're seeking as part of both the COVID disaster and the wildfire disasters. It's a long, slow, and very complicated process, unfortunately, and there are millions of dollars at stake in getting those reimbursements completed. We've looked around the state, and there are many examples where counties similar to Monterey County have a Department of Emergency Management as a standalone department. Just a few examples: Sonoma, Santa Cruz, Santa Barbara, San Luis Obispo, Yolo, Solano. Those are examples of similar type of arrangement as we're asking you to do today. Another important factor in creating a department head level position to run the function, we found that in the COVID-19 response, we think it would have been helpful to have had the director of emergency management as a peer to the department heads in terms of the kind of collegial collaboration that occurs at the department head level. We just think that, practically speaking, that is an important thing to recognize. And then finally, we believe that having a department of emergency management with a director of the department, in order to recruit and find a top candidate for that position, that is really important to do a really robust recruitment. In terms of the finance manager position, the reallocation of a management analyst 2 to a finance manager 1, we feel that's really critical. We found that in terms of the FEMA reimbursement, and also in terms of issues and problems that have come up that are highlighted in the staff report with Homeland Security grant funding administration, we feel that the organization, as it's currently structured, does not have the proper high enough level finance management capability to really do an effective job. And that this individual, the finance manager 1, would also act as the finance chief during activations of the EOC. What's happened over the past few years with COVID is we've really had to borrow finance manager individuals from various departments, and those are short-term assignments. Continuity is an issue. Everyone else is busy. That's another issue. And so that's something that we would like to include in this recommendation today. And it also recognizes the increased financial challenges of the emergency management function in terms of reimbursements, grant funding. We see that just continuing to continue to be complicated. And the budget committee did review that. I believe it was last week, the reallocation of the MA2 to a finance manager and also the admin secretary position. And that was supported by the budget committee on their consent agenda. In terms of financing, this gets to what you were referring to just a little while ago. Supervisor Lopez mentioned it. We made an augmentation request in the current budget, the 22-23 budget, for $190,000 to fund the transition of OES to a department status. We found that was based on some estimates. It's close to being accurate, but we found that some of the estimates of position costs were not vetted through HR as they should have been. So, but we feel that that number is in the ballpark. What we'd like to propose today is that you include the use of cannabis assignment to fund that through the rest of the fiscal year if you choose to proceed with the department creation. And then we address that as part of the budget as you just described for those other matters on the previous item. And I want to thank Kim Moore and Tracy Molfino for all their hard work to put this together. And we're pleased to answer any questions you might have, but we are recommending that you proceed with those actions today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Nick. Let me take it out to our board and see if anyone has any questions or comments. I'll start with District 1, Supervisor Alejo.
Madam Chair, I didn't support this proposal for the beginning. I haven't heard a compelling reason why we need to change. Otherwise, that it would be nice that during emergency that we would have a program department director versus a program manager, and somehow that all other department heads would listen or do something different if we just change their title. I'm not convinced by that. And the only thing I've seen come forward is there is a bump in pay, and along with the title change and a $200,000 cost for this position and the finance position. I get the finance position. There's a lot of work there, certainly a lot of follow-up, a lot of reimbursement requests. I don't know if this for a position for someone who already reached their high step and we're trying to retain them because of the high level of work. I could understand that, but I haven't really heard that here today. But I remain unconvinced that this is going to lead to better service by simply changing the title and bumping the pay salary. Thank you.
Go to District 2, Supervisor Phillips.
Well, I have some of the same concerns as Supervisor Alejo. He brought this up when we were initially talking about it, and we were kind of assured it wasn't going to increase our overall budget. I don't know. I had a discussion the last day or so with Charles McKee. He feels strongly that it's important that it be, even despite the rising costs, that it be elevated to this level. So I'm inclined to support it.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, I've gone back and forth on this one, Madam Chair, but it's one that I struggled with probably until last night. And, one of those big questions for me was, why now? Why is this the moment? Why is this appropriate in the time we're experiencing? And we know the disasters are getting bigger and they're confronting different communities than they've confronted in the past. I couldn't think of a time before the recent past where we saw flooding in Chular. It's a community on almost a hillside, downward angle, and yet they saw it twice, 2 years in a row. And the challenges that we're facing make me want to have somebody that I can hold directly responsible, whose focus is those emergencies and how we get folks there. I've been there alone, in the middle of the night, sandbagging homes, pleading for folks to show up. It's tough. And I want to have somebody that I can hold responsible only for that, not for everything that is currently under Charles' duties. That's my belief that after all the self-reflection and my experiences. And I'll say this, the team that we have right now, the folks that have been showing up, who are in the room with us, are the right people. I've been there in those moments of crisis. The last one I can think of was the fire in the river in King City, where people show up inappropriately dressed, but they show up and they stay through the cold and they sit in the parking lot on concrete and make calls until cots show up and until they're making sure that every single resident that's impacted is taken care of. And I've struggled with a lot of issues, but one thing I don't struggle with is supporting those folks and the work that they're doing on behalf of our communities. And I believe that where we're headed with natural disasters as a county, as a community, isn't in a direction that's going to make them less prevalent or any less real or any less impactful. And personally, I want to hold somebody responsible given some of the challenges we've seen recently as well, just in terms of not being eligible for grants because certain things have not happened. And I'd love to have somebody that I can check in with regularly, given the impact due to the size of my district and its nature. And so after much reflection with a lot of concerns, I am prepared to support this today, but I do look forward to hearing from the public.
Thank you. Supervisor Rudowski.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I can tell you that during 2020, with the Carmel, the River, and the Dolan fires all happening in my district virtually at the same time, combined with COVID, I saw firsthand the critical role that OES plays in supporting the county and its residents in these crisis situations. I was by myself as well, Chris, in my big welly boots, up, close to my knees in water down in the Carmel River, but I was not sandbagging, so you'll be happy to know that. At any rate, I share your concern. We have the same problems. Our staff, OES staff, continues to support District 5 residents long after the fires are out through the recovery process, and that part of it is very important as well. And they're working still to develop mitigation plans to reduce the impacts of the next wildfire, which we know will be occurring. So although not all my colleagues have had reason to see OES in action, you certainly have, and my office has, and I'm glad that we see the importance of this. So I strongly support the staff's recommendation, and I'm very thankful that we're going to be able to, my hope is, move forward. So let me just go out to the public and see if there's any member of the public that wishes to comment on this item. I'm not seeing any hands raised.
You have someone in room coming forward.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Assistant Chief Mike Meadows of the San Benito Monterey Unit for CAL FIRE, speaking on behalf of Unit Chief George Nunez, who could not make it today. We'd like to express our support for making OES a standalone department. Several benefits to us we look at it is that it provides more support and services to the first responder community. It creates a nimble emergency management agency that's able to respond to the needs of the ever increasing number and the complexity of the incidents. You touched on several of them that we've been a part of. We've worked closely with OES, and we've definitely seen how that partnership works. And then we've expressed both, or not expressed, but we've experienced both successes and sometimes disappointments. That being said, we look at this as it would reduce the span of control when it comes to managing that number of people that we ramp up for an incident. It would increase the continuity of government services, and it would provide that commitment to, long-term, when we look at the resiliency of the community and public safety, just how that can all come together. And so we would like to express our support for making the Office of Emergency Services a standalone department. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Good to see you here. Are there any other members of the public who wish to comment on this item?
No one else in the room, madam.
Thank you very much. Takes two of us, Chris. Thanks very much for your help. Okay, with that, I will bring it back to the board. Any final comments before we take it to a vote? Seeing none. Okay, could I have a motion to approve the staff recommendation and adopt the ordinance?
I'll move approval, or I'll second that for Chris.
Thank
Either
you very
way.
much. Okay, great. So we have a motion and a second. Will you please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Lejo,
No.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Askew,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Hi. Thank you very much, everyone.
If I could just ask clarifying, sorry, that went quick to get the motion there, that the recommendation on funding was to have it come out of the cannabis assignment. Was that in the motion?
Correct. That was staff recommendation.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, now moving forward.
Thank you, supervisors.
Thank you, Nick. Great job. So moving forward, we'll go to other board matters and our county administrative officer comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My only comment today is remembrance of Pearl Harbor attack today. I think it's 81 years ago, and that's one of those events that was changed the course of many people's lives. And I just think it's one of those that we have to not forget and remember. There are many others, obviously, that come upon us, and that is just one. And that's my only comment for today.
Thank you. Indeed, it is a day that will live in infamy. All right, let's go to new referrals. Are there any new referrals? County Council, it's Mr. CAO.
There are no new referrals.
Thank you. Are there any referral responses?
There are. The first referral response is from our Ag Commissioner to talk about the Farm Worker Resource Center, and I think Mr. Gonzalez is here in person.
Thank you. Henry, if you want to come to the podium.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. McKee. Henry Gonzalez here, your Agricultural Commissioner. I have a staff member that's back at the office that's going to, I see the presentation is already up, so I'll just continue. Thank you. So today I'm here to provide a response update and recommendations to the board regarding the Farm Worker Resource Center referral. Next slide, please. These are the recommendations from the staff report. A, to assign the Farm Worker Resource Center referral to County Health. B, to direct County Health to apply for the Farm Worker Resource Grant funding by December 21st, 2022. Also, letter C, redirect the $250,000 of county funding from the Ag Commissioner's Office to the County Health as matching funds for the Farm Worker Resources Grant and or to provide further direction. Next slide, please. So the AB 941, the Farm Worker Assistance provided for the state Community Services Department to create a Farm Worker Resource Center grant program. The idea is that this Farm Worker Resource Center would provide information, resources to assist farm workers that are perhaps not receiving those assistances otherwise, and to provide the funding for counties. The Farm Worker Resource Center referral was made by Supervisor Lopez back last year and was assigned to the Agricultural Commissioner's Office. Since then, we've done a fair amount of background information studying the feasibility, as was spelled out in the referral. And so we've talked to many different county departments and agencies and also community-based organizations and others. We've talked to the Ventura County Resource Program staff about their program. We've talked to also the Mexican Consulate and just as many folks as we could identify that could provide us assistance in researching this effort. Since then, we've provided a number of updates for the board, including here in February of this year. And we received direction from the board to go forward with making an application to the state under the AB 941 funding. And also the board directed that for the Ag Commissioner's Office to have $250,000 as startup funding. Back in July of this year, the board directed us to go forward and apply for the grant application once that application became available. In the interim, while the application guidelines were being developed by the state staff continued to engage with these same entities that we had probed before to learn even more about the program. Next slide, please. So the State Department of Community Services, the Farm Worker Resource Grant program under AB 941, it was just recently released, the grant application information. We'll share that we've been tracking the creation of the grant application criteria, et cetera, we've been listening into their meetings and also asking questions as is appropriate. Here they've when they released their application information on November 15th, it indicated that the deadline to apply for the grants is this December 21st. The state will award 3 grants of $833,000 to California counties with the requirement that the county receiving the grant also match with 25% of the funding, or $208,250. The notice of awardees is supposed to be posted on January 12th of 2023, and the term of the agreement will be February 15th, 2023 to May 15th, 2024. Next slide, please. So the grant program identified 22 counties to be participants in this. These are the major ag producing counties in the state, and they divided those counties into 2 regions: Region 1, Region 2. You can see in this map, there's Region 1 is in purple, and Region 2 is in this green color. Monterey County is in Region 2. So the idea from the state is to grant 2 of the 3 grants, 1 to a county within Region 1 and 1 to a county within Region 2. And then the 3rd grant would be to the highest ranking county without regard to region. Next slide, please. Okay, so here's where it gets very interesting, at least to me, is the application evaluation ranking criteria. And so I'd like to go over it. I'll go over it briefly and then a little bit more detail. So the criteria is in that box there. It's the highest ranking or the most points possible would be for experience performing outreach and providing similar client services. Next would be organizational capacity. Next, trusted community partners and leveraging of resources. Next is ability to establish and maintain client demographic and service tracking database. And lastly, experience conducting a population assessment. So what is that really? Under experience performing outreach and providing similar client services, under this category, the applicant is evaluated according to their outreach experience, providing service in appropriate languages to farm workers and their families. And really, in this case, we're talking about not just Spanish, but some of the indigenous languages such as Triqui, Mixteco, Zapoteco, and there are others, but those are the main ones here in Monterey County. The other part of that category of criteria would be that the applicants, we want to see the applicant's readiness and expertise conducting budgeting and implementing similar services and outreach activities. The next category, organizational capacity. Under this category, the applicant would demonstrate their established boots on the ground operational ability. The next category, trusted community partnerships and leveraging resources. Under this category, an applicant must demonstrate experience delivering services with community partners, including public benefits. The next is ability to establish and maintain a client demographic and service tracking database. Under this category, an applicant must demonstrate its ability to maintain to meet requirements for data collection, analysis, and improvement of program performance based on the demographic information. And lastly, experience conducting a population assessment. Under this category, the applicant must demonstrate experience in investigating and assessing the needs of the targeted demographic groups within the county. Under this criteria, there is a possible of 100 points. Here on the left, upper left hand corner, you can see the scoring criteria. And so outstanding would be anyone getting 90 to 100 points. Good would be 80 to 89, and fair 70 to 79. I won't go further because the cutoff is 70 points. You must have at least 70 points to even be considered for the funding. So I must state that when I read this, and actually I was hearing it during the meetings of the work group at the state, was that the realization that that if the agricultural commissioner's office were to apply on behalf of the county, our application would not score high in all 5 of the grant categories, as this is not something that our office offers these types of services and does not have the experience in the grant program, in the way the grant program is seeking. Alternatively, the Monterey County Health Department, with the current services provided to the community, such as with the VIDA project, amongst others, they have demonstrated their experience and readiness for priority ranking and would be most competitive. We just feel that our department would not win one of the grants, and our best opportunity, our best chance is for the county's health department to be the applicant. We've talked to Director Elsa and her staff, and they agree. So that's next slide, please. This is why we're making these recommendations. I must add that in order to be considered for the grant, the packet must include, the application packet must include a board resolution or a board letter authorizing the County of Monterey to apply for the grant. And it also must indicate that the county will commit to provide the 25% matching funds. And also a draft resolution to this effect must be prepared. And we've prepared a draft resolution to this effect if that's what is the desire of the board. So in conclusion, the recommendations are to assign the Farm Worker Resource Center referral to County Health, to direct County Health to apply for the Farm Worker Resource Grant funding by the December 21st, 2022 deadline, and to redirect the $250,000 that had been directed to the Ag Commissioner's office for this purpose, to redirect that to the County Health Department for their match of the Farm Worker Resource Grant. And so other than that, please provide direction if that is your wish.
Thank you very much, Henry, for that presentation. And is the health department, are they staffed up enough to be able to meet that deadline of December 21st?
Chair Adams, I can speak for the health department. This is Krista Haney, Planning, Evaluation, and Policy Manager. And yes, we are prepared and ready to put an application together and have it submitted by the 21st. And we're talking with partners already.
Great, thank you so much. That's wonderful. Okay, so let me go out to my colleague, Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm happy to make the motion today at the appropriate time to move staff recommendation. And I want to thank everybody who's played a role. It's been a long and continued conversation, including the health department, Lori Medina and her department over social services, as well as Henry taking the lead to get us to this point. I know that we were dealing with a lot of nebulous information at first, but as it starts to really meet the road, I think we're rising to meet this moment, and we only have a few days to get this application in. So thank you to everybody for working together to get us there.
Thank you very much.
And I'll second that motion.
Great. Thank you. Supervisor Phillips, any comments?
Yeah, I wanted Supervisor Leo to tell me why it isn't in Pajaro instead of Greenfield.
And Supervisor Leo, any comments? I think we may have lost him.
He had another event he needed to go to up in Watsonville. Sorry.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Okay, let's take it out to the public. Any member of the public who wishes to comment on this item? I see no hands raised. Is there anyone in chambers wishing to comment?
No one in chambers.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring it back for, we have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Ruescu,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Great. Okay, thank you very much for that. I'm very delighted with the passage of it. Moving forward, we have.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Now we receive a report and an update on the VITA program.
Thank you, Chair. This is Krista Haney, Planning, Evaluation, and Policy Manager for the Monterey County Health Department Planning, Evaluation, and Policy Unit. And Chair, Supervisors, and staff, we appreciate the opportunity to present today, give you the update on VITA and the board referral number 2022.06. And then joining me for today's update will be Michael Castro and Dan Baldwin from the Community Foundation for Monterey County. Next.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen with the PowerPoint. Sometimes it does hiccup for a few seconds, so please bear with me.
And then just share. Great. And next slide, please. So as you know, the first allocation of funding for VITA started us in December of 2020, and by March of 21, we had 10 community-based organizations active with 125 community health workers, or CHWs, providing services in 5 languages. And then with various pivots and changes to meet the needs of the community and the needs of the pandemic, we are currently at 44 community health workers across 8 organizations. Next. VITA itself is based on the evidence-based practice of a community health worker model to change attitudes and behaviors related to COVID-19 through education, access to services and resources and care, and in order to reduce the COVID-19 impacts on disproportionately impacted communities. Next. Back one, Michael.
VITA is a county-wide effort. It's co-led by the Health Department and the Community Foundation, activated by and with continuous feedback loop from our community-based organizations that we are truly, truly grateful for. Finally, VITA is supported and trained by other governmental organizations, nonprofits, and local businesses. VITA has been successful because we have had 2 years to really adjust, pivot when necessary, and continuously fine-tune this initiative to make sure it's a success. The original goal of VITA was to break the chain of infection. The idea was to connect people with resources when they were severely ill with COVID. VITA has really expanded on this and is now helping people before they ever even reach this stage. Vaccinations are the best tool we have and are proven to, reduce death, COVID severity, and reduce the chance of long COVID. VITA's approach is very hyperlocal and community-centered. It includes talking to the community and sharing experiences and their stories about the importance of these vaccinations. A TV commercial or a billboard saying get vaccinated can reinforce this message, but for many people, this personal connection is necessary to truly influence their decisions and behaviors. This slide is always my favorite to present. VITA has really leveraged the funding to match the county investment in it. These are the key statistics that we like to talk about when we show the successes of VITA. So far, VITA has had over 600,000 interactions with Monterey County residents, with its greatest reach in the communities disproportionately affected by COVID-19. It's had over 250,000 interactions with people around vaccination information. And last but not least, it's done over 34,000 COVID-19 tests in the community.
So this is the budget expenditure report through September 30th of this year. And we continue to combine the county allocated ARPA funds with the Federal Health Literacy Grant Award to cover the costs of the program and fund the 44 FTE CHWs. We're on track to spend down the county's allocation, the ARPA funds, by December 31st of this year. The federal grant is for 2 years, and it started July 1st of 21, but the agreements weren't in place until late in September of 21. So we do have some unspent funds from the first year, which we could use for additional staffing support in year 2, as this award does not allow for a no-cost extension unless deliverables are not met by the end of year 2, and we are on track to meet those deliverables. So what does that mean then going forward? Next slide. So from our last slide, our ARPA funding will be expended by December 31st, and it covers about half of our current CHW workforce. To continue funding these ARPA-funded CHWs, about 23 people, for 6 more months from January through June, CFMC has philanthropic funds, and we have some savings from that first year of the Health Literacy Grant, as I said, that we want to use towards funding these positions. We do have a gap of $227,387 that we are asking for additional ARPA funds from the county to fill. So then what we would be doing by staying at capacity in the next 6 months from January through June is be there to be able to pivot for any needed expansion of effort if there is a January COVID surge like we did pivot last year. And that would be if there's the surges local, and we're already starting to see some increases in Southern California that are cause for concern. And then we'd also be continuing with the efforts of helping community residents with needed service applications like Medi-Cal applications or the Affordable Connectivity Program applications that really helps them fill the gaps that they have in their own personal finances and giving them the resources or connections to resources. And then we'll be reporting on how we're going to be working with the Alliance to continue to develop the Medi-Cal billable entity opportunity for the community-based organizations. The Alliance is working diligently to set up these processes since receiving the state's all-plan letter in September, which provided the state level requirements for the referral and billing process for then the Medi-Cal managed care plans to set up. So they now have an application form out. We want to set out education opportunities for the CBOs to learn about how to go through that process with the Alliance. We've had conversations with the Alliance and they're ready for that to start. And then by June, we will hope to have then set up referrals from providers to the CBOs that are continuing past June. That would be one funding mechanism for them to continue past that sort of sunset date of June for the VITA funding. And then we're also going to be applying, as you just heard, and as you allowed for us to do, to the Farm Worker Resource Center grant. And then if funded, that would fund some CHWs to continue to do work with farm workers specifically to do health and social service outreach and systems navigation. We'll also continue to seek any other additional grant funding and leveraging the importance of that government foundation partnership with such funding.
You took a chance on VITA 2 years ago, and we really brought back great results. Today, we're asking you all to take one last chance on us and consider this last funding request. And in 6 months, we'll come back with you with details on how VITA has become self-sustaining.
Madam Chair, this is where I jump in. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm here just to thank the Board of Supervisors and for, as Michael said, taking a chance with us in late 2020. I actually don't consider it much of a chance right now because we have such a proven track record. And I think the most important thing is just there's such a deeply embedded, very, very effective partnership between the county, the community foundation, the CBOs, the community health workers, and the outcomes, I think we had high hopes. I think the outcomes have far exceeded everything that we thought could come from this program. And we've created just a really, really remarkable model. So I just want to thank you all for being with us this whole way, for the continuing funding, and certainly hope that we can see this partnership continue.
So thank you. Today, we're just asking that you receive this oral report update to the board referral number 2022.06 and provide direction based on our financial gap and support past December 31st.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Krista and Michael and Dan as well. Very interesting, and we really have had just a great ride. It's been really amazing, and I credit much of the good progress that we've made to this program specifically. So let me go to my colleagues and see if there are any questions or comments. And we will start with District 1, Supervisor Alejo. I think he left. Okay, let's go to District 2, Supervisor Phillips.
Well, if we're going to turn this emergency program into what it appears to be to a permanent program, I would think it would be wise to fold it into the Farm Worker Resource Center as a source of funding for it. My problem always was we were assured it was an emergency program that would be going away, and it didn't. But it's been a good program. I don't argue about that. So, but I don't see us continuing to fund it when ARPA money's gone, unless we can fold it into the Farm Worker Resource Center. So that's my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Lopez.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I think the only question is similar to Supervisor Phillips. We're talking about an expenditure here. So in terms of today's action, the way this was agendized, are we looking at a budget vote that's a 4/5 requirement, or is it simply direction to come back? And what is the recommended source of funding? Thank you.
Well, I see that the recommended action was to support the staff recommendation confirmed by the CAO budget that ARPA funding is available. So I know that there's a significant amount of ARPA funding that is out there. So I would expect that that is what the hope is that we would do as far as taking action. So I'll just put that out there and wait to hear from Supervisor Root Askew.
Yeah, I'm so impressed with everything. I think, Dan Baldwin, you said it right when you said that the expectations for what VITA could be when it was voted on and funded originally, that I don't know that we could have anticipated how incredibly successful this program would be. And when we talk about success of a program like this, we're truly talking about people's lives who were not lost, about just fundamental critical health information and services at a time when people desperately needed those resources. I'm looking at the data again. So is this in order to get through the end of this fiscal year, we need the additional $227,000 that gets us through June?
Supervisor would ask you, yes, that would be the additional to stay at current capacity.
Yeah, I would absolutely be interested in seeing the additional funds be allocated. I think the way that you've been able to leverage county dollars and ARPA dollars with philanthropic dollars and grant funds has been incredible. And I just also want to give a big shout out and appreciation to COPA, who were here to initiate this conversation and identify the unmet need in the community. I think we should be shouting from the rooftops what we've done with VITA. And I think it would require a 4/5 vote today, which would require all four of us who are here if we wanted to give direction to fund. But maybe we just need to ask staff to bring back an ARPA funded augmentation so that we can provide the resources needed through the end of the year, knowing that, and I think this gets to your point, Supervisor Phillips, that there is a transition occurring into a Medi-Cal funding source. So the amount that's been needed from the county is reducing over time, and the program will be able to continue in a slightly different format, utilizing Medi-Cal dollars for reimbursement into the future. I would absolutely be supportive of providing that direction today.
So is that a motion, Supervisor Askew?
If I think we've got 4 votes, I'd be happy to make that as a motion.
Yeah, and I'm not sure we need 4 votes with the appropriations amount that's in the health department budget. I don't think needs to be adjusted, and they can correct me if I'm wrong. And so it's just directing that funding occur from that funding source.
Or we could get it from Dan Baldwin. He's got deep pockets, so.
I would second that motion, but I'm not allowed to make motions.
What took you so long?
Let's try to get things back on track here now, really, boys. All righty, I'll second the motion. And I see there are no hands raised in the public. Is there anyone coming forward in the chambers?
No, Chair.
Thank you very much. Then I think I will simply ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Askew?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams?
Aye. Thank you very much. I'm delighted that this has passed. Thank you all just for the wonderful work that you've been doing. It really shows. We've got this kind of program makes our county look so good. And you guys are the ones responsible for it. You people are the ones responsible. So thank you so very much.
Thank
for the
you,
opportunity.
supervisors and chair. Thank you.
And go
Takes
on
our
to
whole village.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? And we'll go back to our last item, which is 9.5. Any board comments? Is there any board member who wishes to make comments today? Supervisor Rudasky.
It's been a long week, but I do have a couple comments. I would like to invite the public to attend our District 4 Holiday Hello open house here in the Marina office tomorrow evening from 5 to 7 p.m. We'll have some music and sweet treats and potentially a visit from our favorite red-hatted gentleman. Please leave your germs at home, but everyone else come join us. I know there's a lot floating around and we want everyone to stay healthy and safe this holiday season. I also just want to acknowledge that it's been, I believe, just over a year since we grieved the loss of life of one of our county colleagues, Latu Moli. And I just want Mr. Moli's family and colleagues to know that we can, I can speak for myself. We think about you often and know that grief doesn't have a timeline. So as you navigate this time of year, just acknowledging that that you are in our hearts. And if you need anything as a county employee, please do let us know and reach out so that we can provide you with the support that you may need. But with that, happy holidays. And Supervisor Adams, thank you for navigating a whole week of meetings on virtual and hybrid and people in and out. You've done a fabulous job, and it takes a lot to keep everyone held together in these kinds of settings. But thank you for your leadership.
Thank you for that. And I think I have been uninvited to your party tomorrow. So please take my RSVP yes off the list. I don't think I should attend. Thank you for that. Any other board comments that wish to be made? Supervisor Phillips, you want to make some board comments today?
No, I'm bored. No, thanks.
You're done. Okay, I'm done as well.
I've
Mr.
got one
Lopez.
quick one. Yes, just
Okay.
we need some additional volunteers for Santa's arrival on December 16th down in King City. Robert Rivas's office is handling signups for those volunteers. Ask folks to reach out and come on down and have a wonderful afternoon with us distributing cheer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. That's a lovely invitation, Chris. Okay. I don't have anything more to add, except that tomorrow I will remind my colleagues that we are reconvening the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. And we will be going back into the closed session that we left on Tuesday afternoon. So I'll see you all at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Through the chair,
yes.
I do have 2 adjourned memories today.
And we have 2 yes, I'm aware of that. Thank you. And we have 2 adjourn in memory today. And I will look to Supervisor Rudasky since she's the one that mentioned it.
Great. Thank you so much. So the two individuals, the first, my friend, Michael Miles Owen passed away on November 21st. And Mike, for anyone that is known in Marina, Mike was known as the tree guy. He is the reason that we have so many of our trees that were preserved. He led an incredible life that touched so many people in so many ways. It's hard, really, truly, to imagine him not being with us. Mike cared deeply about our community. He worked with his late wife, Candy, to bring art to the community, to our streets, and really fundamentally to protect our natural environment. In 2017, Mike Owen was named Marina Man of the Year by the Marina Foundation, and he will be deeply missed. There will be celebrations of his life and his legacy for anyone in Marina who's interested. Thank you for allowing me to adjourn in his honor and memory today. And then also wanted to recognize the memory of James Claypool. And Mr. Claypool is the stepfather of our very own Janine Bouye at Natividad Medical Center. Mr. Claypool died at the age of 79 on Thanksgiving Day. His wife, Mary Claypool, made the announcement shortly thereafter. Mr. Claypool received a certificate of special congressional recognition from Congressman Jimmy Panetta on Veterans Day just this last year, in recognition of outstanding and invaluable service to our community. He served as a personnel specialist for the U.S. Army from 1964 to 1967, and as the Economic Development Redevelopment Manager for the City of Seaside for 32 years. Again, you can imagine the legacy that Mr. Claypool has left on the City of Seaside and our larger region. Mr. Claypool then started a business, Claypool Consulting, in 2011, and he also served as a member of the executive committee of the Monterey County branch NAACP. Mr. Claypool's passing is being grieved by many, and he will also be deeply missed.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Rudetsky. And my heart goes out to the Claypools and their entire family, and especially our own Janine. Thank you all very much. Is there anyone who wishes to make any final comments today? Seeing none, I will see you all tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Have a nice evening.